almost all NFTs are just pictures.
The only value they have is what people believe they have. Because what can you actually do with an NFT? It's just a picture. So, if you acknowledge that NFTs are just pictures, you certainly wouldn't be the type of person to launch a whole project about selling pictures, right? You know where I'm going with this one. Our good friend Logan Paul, if you haven't heard, has been called out for his CryptoZoo scam, which was shown off in CoffeeZilla's 3-part video series. The allegations are pretty damning. Long and short of it, Logan Paul launches this game that's like meant to sell NFTs, but it doesn't quite work properly. There's a lot of issues with it. It turns out the people in charge of the project have been scamming each other and backstabbing, so it's just a colossal clusterfuck. Lots of people have put their money in. They have received no value for that. And CoffeeZilla really went in on this investigative journalism to track down people involved and come to the truth. Logan Paul has responded to this 3-part video series, but that response has been deleted, which is always a good sign. It's always a good sign when you're so confident in your response video. It's 7 minutes, and then you take it down 2 days later. I imagine you're all up to speed. I assume if you're watching this video, you've watched CoffeeZilla. So you know what? Let's throw our hat in the ring. Let's make some easy content and let's make fun of Logan Paul. Okay? Let's check out this response.
CoffeeZilla, I watched your 3-part series called Investigating Logan Paul's Biggest Scam, and like many on this platform, you have successfully used my name for views and money.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. That's YouTube. You of all people should understand that.
While your work used to be impartial, your addiction to clicks has clouded your judgment and you've made very real errors with very real repercussions.
You can see what Logan Paul's tactic is right off the bat. It's not to show evidence against the points that CoffeeZilla made, but rather to say this guy isn't a credible source of information, therefore all his accusations, you should dismiss them. I learned about that in a philosophy class in college, man. You learn about fallacies. That's a fallacy, Mr. Paul.
Coffee, you took a shot at my reputation. So in this video today, I'm going to be defending myself with facts, something that you have gotten in the habit of twisting as you continue to morph from an investigator to a gossip channel.
See? Facts, something you have gotten in the habit of twisting. Today I'm going to come at you with the truth, something that CoffeeZilla certainly won't tell you. And with this truth, I'm going to share facts. Facts that CoffeeZilla isn't gonna show you.
As you continue to morph from an investigator to a gossip channel.
See, okay, it's like, you don't tell the truth. You're not a good investigative reporter. You're turning into a gossip channel. It's like none of that has anything to do with the points presented in Coffee's videos.
You see, CoffeeZilla tried to work with law enforcement in the past, but his work was described as not anchored to truth and often speculative.
Who said that?
Who the fuck said that?
But his work was described as not anchored to truth and often speculative.
Which one of y'all dead motherfuckers just said that shit?
Who said that? Logan Paul? Was it Barack Obama? Was it Ned Stark? Was it Diddy Kong? Who said this? Law enforcement?
Well, I happen to know law enforcement when I see them.
See, you can come up with any bullshit and say that, oh, so someone else said that. Someone else said that Logan Paul has tried to work on various crypto projects, but his work has been described as scammy and not anchored to honesty. That's right. So, yeah, lots of people said that.
He is a lopsided journalist with an agenda, and he's nothing more than the Keemstar of crypto and finance.
Bro, he's ad hominem. What's that? Am I running a scam? No, you're a bad journalist. You're like Keemstar.
But as opposed to just telling you, I'm going to show you some of the core discrepancies that I caught in CoffeeZilla's investigation. Coffee, you interviewed the developer who stole the game code, fled to Switzerland, and held it hostage for $1 million.
Yeah.
Okay, so when I first started getting into this story, I watched this video first, and I got to this part, and I just fucking died laughing because I was like, what the fuck did I miss? What did I miss? You interviewed the man who stole the game code, fled to Switzerland, and held it hostage for $1 million. Like, imagine jumping into the story and just hearing that.
Well, his name is Zach Kelling. Surely, as the internet detective that you proclaim to be, you would know that he spent time in prison for multiple felonies, one for aggravated robbery, armed robbery at a liquor store, and the other for, surprise, obstructing the legal process. I can see why you kept him anonymous.
How does that have anything to do with CryptoZoo? If anything, this makes Logan Paul look worse because as you'll see, you like banded together with the Suicide Squad of scammers and criminals, and it's like, what did you think was gonna happen? You chose these people. These were your employees, right? You're making yourself look worse.
Who we'll be calling Z here.
I guess among many things, it doesn't surprise me that he lied about having 30 engineers and a $50,000 a week burn rate.
On my end, I have 30 engineers. I'm earning $50,000 a week.
Which, side note, is how this delusionist landed on the $1 million code ransom, but it turns out he only had 3 engineers. Wouldn't someone with journalistic integrity know their credible source had not only an agenda, but a fondness for orange jumpsuits?
That was a good one. That was a good one, Logan. A fondness for orange jumpsuits. Just spitting jokes and roasting people alive at a stake. You can kind of see, like, out of all the things that Logan could have addressed in this video, he's picking very strange topics. Let's reveal the identity of this guy and let's paint him as a criminal. And that'll somehow discredit Coffee's points. Somehow.
Or did you just hear what you wanted to hear and move on? Because even if you're lying to yourself, Steven, you still have to believe it.
Oh man, oh, even if you're lying to yourself, Kelly, you still have to believe it. Ooh. I bet he's reeling from that one.
And I know what you're thinking. What type of idiot would work with an unsavory individual like Zach Kelly? I guess
Good
that's
question.
what I get for trusting the team that I relied on to vet and manage Eddie's hiring process, who has turned out to be a professional con man that I have since learned fooled billionaires, the Mormon Church, the owner of the New York Yankees, and now me.
Yeah, that whole Eddie Ibanez thing, it's like, how do you just lie to people and be like, yeah, I worked for the government and I helped the Eagles win a Super Bowl, and like nobody thinks to investigate that? And you know, like, you should be thanking Coffee for exposing that man as a con man. All Logan has really done in this video is shed further light on the shadiness of the team he hired to make CryptoZoo.
And surely you knew Emilio, the gentleman who supposedly let his child invest in a cryptocurrency, was allegedly responsible for 2 rug pulls before you interviewed him. So either you missed that or you knew it and failed to let the public know. Why? Because it was a clear sign that he was also untrustworthy.
Oh, that one guy that you had on that wasted money on my scam? He's been involved in other scams. Just that one guy, though. What does that have to do with anything? Even if it's true, what is...
You seemed pretty excited when the guy told you that he couldn't hatch the eggs.
Wait, you can't even hatch?
No, I'm telling you, just a picture.
You're kidding! You can't hatch?
You're kidding. You can't hatch.
You can't hatch?
You kidding? You can't hatch?
You're kidding. You can't hatch.
You can't hatch?
Basically, nothing worked.
And by the way, guy, almost all NFTs are just pictures.
By the way, guy. By the way, dude. By the way, bro. There's a certain way people come across when they've really done their research. Like when I was looking into Quantum TV and all that shit, like that took me a long time to put together. Those few videos, it took me a long time to research. I talked to a lot of different people. I gathered evidence. I cast this net out, and that's what Coffee has done. Like those videos, Coffee, he's been working on those for a long time. And here comes Logan Paul that pushes out this video that's only 7 minutes long, and it's supposed to act as some kind of defense, as some kind of shield to this long documentary. It doesn't work like that. And the points he chooses to defend, well, it doesn't make him look good. Doesn't make him look good.
Basically, nothing worked.
And by the way, guy, almost all NFTs are just pictures.
Almost all NFTs are just pictures. And that's what you're selling people, Logan. Just pictures that are supposed to have some kind of value somehow. It's a scam. It's a scam, ladies and gentlemen. It's a scam. Now, when it comes to like independent YouTuber projects or like content creators trying to sell you something, you probably shouldn't take financial advice from content creators that are not financial advisors. You probably shouldn't trust someone like Logan Paul to create a competent video game that's going to earn you money and not him. I do kind of feel bad for the guy because CryptoZoo certainly, like, it for all intents and purposes started off as a scam, but Logan was the one ended up getting scammed and his audience kind of paid the price for it. So in a way, I feel bad for him, but if you didn't start the scam, you wouldn't have been in this position in the first place. The point is, if I ever start to tell you what stocks to invest in or what cryptocurrencies to invest in, don't fucking listen to me. I review video games, okay? That's my specialty. I might try to sell you some cool metal posters, or like some care packages, or whatever sponsorships, or this cool Actman U2s that you should totally buy. Don't forget to buy some of those. But I'm not gonna tell you, hey, invest your money in this crypto project, because that can cause real world harm for a lot of people. The other aspect is I don't necessarily think Logan Paul is a bad dude. I think he's done some shitty things, and as much as people like to shit on him for the Suicide Forest, I feel like he has grown and changed and moved past that. So I'm not gonna hit the low-hanging fruit and pop a joke about that.
So why have you allowed the illegal recording of Jeff's phone call without his permission? And then more like an internet criminal, post it online.
There's a word that comes to mind when it comes to exposed type videos on YouTube, and that word is professional. You wanna come across like a professional, like you're not rattled or butthurt. And Logan Paul has a really hard time with that. He is clearly upset and hiding it as best as he can.
Why did you block him on Twitter?
It's like a little gnat. It's like a little fucking annoying gnat. It bothers me. He won. He got to me, bro. He's the most formidable opponent I've had. I'm not kidding.
Once your opponent sees weakness like that, it almost confirms the suspicions, you know what I mean?
Now, although you didn't verify any backgrounds, substantiate any evidence, took multiple criminals' words as truth,
Substantiate any evidence, my dude, there were receipts all over the videos. And you know, he interviewed the people involved, and one of your closest associates. The motherfucker somehow got your guys' private group DMs, probably from Crypto King. And Logan's not saying that stuff's fake. He's not saying, oh, those messages are fake. Law enforcement has described you as a butthole who is a liar, and law enforcement also said that I would never scam anyone.
Now, although you didn't verify any backgrounds, substantiate any evidence, took multiple criminals' words as truth, and broke laws, you still published the defamation.
Defamation, my guy. If it's true,
It's not
it's not
defamation.
defamation. If you call it defamation, you're implying it is not true. Show us that these allegations are false. Put up or shut up.
Crypto King Jake stole $6 million. True or not, we had already removed him from the team when we realized he was a bad actor and his motives were purely financial. Conman Eddie, lead developer, stole $1.7 million. True or not, when we learned he was a bad actor as well, he was immediately removed from the team.
True or not. Now, I also understand that Logan's probably in some kind of like legit legal stuff. And, you know, instead of focusing on the guy who's exposing all of this, you should probably focus on the two people who fucked you over. Maybe that might be a better use of your time.
Jeff and I made no money and will never make any money on Crypto Zoo. In fact, we only lost money trying to pick up the pieces.
I think for the most part that's true. I think they're obviously going to try to make money, because why would you put all this effort, time, and your own money into a project if you're not trying to turn a profit? You guys talked about that in the DMs that he showed. But I do believe that those two haven't made any money.
Jake the Snake?
Jake the Snake. He's got good edits there. I'm not gonna lie.
Jake the Snake is no longer affiliated with Crypto Zoo, and we hope the money he reappropriated was worth ruining his reputation.
I think most people would ruin their reputation for $6 million. I wouldn't. That's also the thing, is like reputation. It's not worth making money if it means my reputation goes down the drain. Because what matters most to me is that people just continue to watch my shit and enjoy it, because I'll get paid if that happens. You know what I mean? That's the way I look at it. It feels
Well,
like
to be
Logan
honest,
Paul and,
my
Jake Paul
reputation
and
goes
some of
down the
those other
drain,
YouTubers, they're
but I
totally
would
willing
never
to
ever need to
do
get any
nefarious
money
things to
again.
make more money and just
I would not
kinda
give a
like
shit.
slide under the radar and keep some modicum of a decent reputation among some people, and that's why they keep doing it.
As you can imagine, I was not cleared from legal to discuss much of this, including the legal process being undertaken and the criminal investigations going on during the fallout.
If you're unable to speak on certain things, perhaps you should have reconsidered making this video. Perhaps you should have spent more time prepping your defense. Maybe.
I do appreciate you calling out.
God, I'm sick with that edit, man. Look at how dumb you look.
I do appreciate you calling out that rats under my nose stole the game code, millions of dollars, and left Jeff and I abandoned with no team and knives in our back. But even after 12 months of work, you've still managed to overlook one crucial piece of information.
What is this crucial piece of information?
See, even though I've said it's coming so many times, you've assumed that CryptoZoo isn't being made. Who are you to decide when the development timeline ends?
Who are you? Who are you to decide such a thing? Well, Logan, from his video, it seems you went like a full year without talking about CryptoZoo. So everyone just kind of assumed that you had, cut ties with it and moved on to the next thing. It seems like you're only redoing the project because of this video series. It's just the impression I get. Because why else would you be making this video? And why else would you be, reopening the CryptoZoo case files?
I got everything stolen from me in our community, stopped promoting publicly as soon as I knew the extent of the internal issues, took all of the heat on social, and you still published a defamatory hit piece, fully knowing I was innocent.
Fully knowing you were innocent, my guy. You just said that NFTs are just pictures. It's like, it's a scam. NFTs are a scam. You started an NFT project. It's not defamatory if it's the truth. You probably should have come out with some statement like, hey, something bad has happened with CryptoZoo. We're working to resolve it, and you should have put out some kind of statement on the matter. That's kind of like what the issue is. You also had multiple opportunities to talk with CoffeeZilla. It's not like you didn't know he was making these videos. He reached out to your manager.
Fully knowing I was innocent just so you could enrich yourself in your $10 million studio.
Did you really just put on a whole outfit just for like a little gag like that? Why didn't you Photoshop an interesting background?
Sharp, but deeply unethical, dangerously misleading, and illegal. I suggest you use the money you got from pumping your Patreon to hire a good lawyer. You're gonna need it.
Objection!
Why are you focusing on the videos that exposed the people who scammed you, Logan? Why do you care? You're not even talking about like the people that were negatively affected by this, like your audience, your fans, people that trusted and believed in you. That's who you should be addressing. You should be taking the heat and saying, I'm gonna do what's right. I'm gonna reimburse the people who were screwed over. We're gonna continue the project, and we're gonna do the best that we can do to deliver on the promises we made. That's what you should say, but you didn't, because you know in your heart of hearts it's a scam.
Maybe we could have talked about this if you had reached out to me, personally. Not my manager Jeff, who is not me, Steven. But the first time you did was on Christmas Eve, after you released your series, so you could rely on false statements and unreliable people used recklessly.
What's the point of having a manager if they don't manage your affairs? Maybe you should have a talk with your manager about why he didn't bring this to your attention. Hey, some guy called me, looking for information. He's asking questions, wondering if this is a scam. Logan, maybe we should talk to this guy. What's the point of your manager?
The subject line was third request for comment. Yeah, not quite. This will be my third time reaching out to you and your team. The first 2 times were through your manager Jeff. The first 2 times were through your manager Jeff. Okay, so the last time on Christmas Eve, after the fact, was to me. You have a funny way of twisting things.
Well, here's the thing. It's like, at any given moment, I have like thousands of unread DMs across Discord, Instagram, Twitter. So if there's a very good chance someone like Logan would never have seen CoffeeZilla's message. But that's like the point of a manager, is they're supposed to inform you about important shit in affairs. And if it's the third time he's reaching out, it's like, okay,
Trust me, CryptoZoo is coming. I will make damn sure of it. And honestly, it sucks that after years of personal reform, going through trials and tribulations, and busting my ass to evolve into a person that I can say I'm actually proud of, you led the charge to drive and monetize a narrative telling millions of people that I'm a fraud or I tried to scam my audience. That is patently false.
You haven't explained how it's false. You didn't take any accountability. You haven't addressed any points. All you did was just try to say that, try to discredit him as a source of information and the people in the video as a source of information, not the points or the evidence themselves. You didn't discredit that or anything. You just, law enforcement described him as a liar who makes videos for clickbait and money. That's your defense.
This video is mainly for my fans and anyone who's on the fence that I hope I can help understand a situation.
This video is for your fans? You didn't say shit about your fans or anybody who invested in CryptoZoo. People just wasted their money on that.
And lastly, CoffeeZilla. I now know your motives with this. Clout and money, good for you, but also your slimiest.
Clout and money? I don't know, man. That's a byproduct. The dude runs a channel about exposing scams. I'd say those people are doing a good thing. You know, people like Jim Browning or Mark Rober, those guys are doing God's work. They're exposing scams online. You can't really label clout and money as the main motivation. That's just like a byproduct of a good series of videos that were well researched, well presented, and entertaining.
So I'm not going to come on any of your podcasts. If you want to come on Impulsive and talk about this, that's fine. You've denied my invitation multiple times. You're still invited. It can be a one-on-one.
You could come on my podcast so that I can control the narrative and so that I can control the space and whatever is said. Come on, dude.
If not, we're going to handle this ourselves while we continue to build CryptoZoo, and I'll see you in court.
I'll see you in court. So you're
By the way,
CoffeeZilla for
I kind of ruined the mission because I didn't read the logs, but I know it's kind of as you can hear indicated by the music, it's a pretty sad story.
Egg.
Basically, her butler died. I'm pretty sure you never ever see him again, or at all, so I'm pretty sure he's dead.
Take any accountability or address any of the points CoffeeZilla made. In fact, it just kind of tries to redirect the conversation away from the actual conversation into, you know, just like, you're defaming me, and those people you had on your video, they can't be trusted. Therefore, you're wrong. Now, to be fair, CoffeeZilla has updated people saying, Logan called me, he said he's deleting the 2 responses and is dropping the lawsuit threats. I believe he's making a 3rd response, which I'll be delaying my video to include. Hopefully this time he takes accountability and refunds the victims of CryptoZoo. That's what matters. Exactly. That's what it should have been. It's easy to have those knee-jerk reactions and to just shit out a terrible response video, but it makes you look even worse, man, and that's what Logan did. Hey, I just wanted to update you. I deleted my initial response to Coffee's series. It was brash and misaligned with the true issue at hand. So I called him today and apologized. The war is not with Coffee. I'm glad he realized this, but it was still fun to make fun of his shitty response video, because that's what we do here on YouTube. All for clout and money, right? So thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a like if you did, and subscribe to Actman TV for more awesome content. All right, everyone, that's all I got for today. This is the Actman signing out. Peace.
Oh.
My gentle and of course very modern apes, I think one of life's most simple pleasures is being right about something. Especially when the person who's wrong has been doubling down on that same incorrect point for years. It's like they finally reached the conclusion that you knew they would eventually have to reach if they kept pushing this issue, and you just kind of get to sit back and go like, yeah, I told you so.
Took you long enough.
It looks like finally, at long last, we have gotten through to small-time young Earth creationism YouTubers standing for truth on the heat problem. What is the heat problem? Who is standing for truth, you might be asking? Allow me to provide some background at a breakneck speed. The Standing for Truth YouTube channel exists to espouse young Earth creationism in the form of debates and the much less popular shorter form videos. And when I say young Earth creationism, I mean the normal jazz, right? The Earth is 6,000 years old, Noah's Ark literally happened, and a global flood is responsible for much of the geologic column from the Cambrian to the Cretaceous. There is no common ancestry, etc., etc. The channel is run by one Donnie Deals, a man in his late 30s, early 40s, who likes to propose that young Earth creationism is like devastatingly true. He uses hyperbolic titles all the time about how like young Earth creationism is beating evolution and conventional science to death in a one-on-one MMA fight. That'll be relevant later. And most people have run into Donnie Deals at one point or another if they cover pseudoscience or young Earth creationism on YouTube. Usually the relationship starts off fine and cordial, and then Donnie will pop off on them at one point, leading the person to just kind of wash their hands of his channel altogether, and forcing Donnie to look for a new host, like the parasite that he is. I say he's parasitic because the majority of the content, at least in the past year on Donnie's channel, has relied on bringing other people onto his channel to debate. It's not like content that he curates himself and puts out there.
He lazy.
The bottom line is, Donnie's channel requires perceived adversaries to actually function, and he chases off people like nobody's business because no one wants to deal with his erratic behavior. So he ends up constantly on the lookout for a new person to set up as someone who's fighting against young Earth creationism, who he can have on his channel to debate and siphon money off of through their performance. Usually putting them up against convicted domestic abuser Kent Hovind.
Oh no.
One foolish YouTuber, however, has continued to keep tabs on the Standing for Truth YouTube channel, as well as the ideas
Not
and
Kent
hypotheses
Hovind.
that they espouse in an effort to keep young Earth creationism relevant and scientific. Yes, one very goofy person stands alone in an endless sea of uninterested parties to waste their time making sure that no unheard claim goes unchallenged. I'm not saying that's a good thing, right? I don't think he actually deserves the attention, both because he's kind of a jackass and because his ideas are novel. I'm just saying, I am keeping tabs on it. Hopefully, I am an unnecessary watchdog, like a retired cop keeping tabs on the world's stupidest criminal.
You're under arrest, Nimrod.
But like, stranger things have happened, and there might be merit in making sure that really dumb ideas don't exist out there unchallenged. Or maybe I just am trying to justify an unhealthy habit. So we have this goofy YouTube channel, Standing for Truth, run by Donnie Deals. The heat problem is, in my opinion, one of the best arguments against young Earth creationism, not because it's more robust than any of the others, but simply because it's very easy to understand and a very simple preclusion. That word preclusionary is really important because while there exist innumerable bodies of data out there that support conventional science's idea of an ancient Earth and evolution being responsible for modern biodiversity, the preclusionary work that is the heat problem exists to show that young Earth creationism isn't just beat out by these other ideas, it is in and of itself not possible under our current understanding of physics. It is preclusionary. So what is it? Allow me to explain using recycled edited footage.
They can be lazy.
Essentially, in order to explain why all our radiometric dates show the Earth to be very old, young Earth creationists suggest that during the flood of Noah, something very radical happened in the realm of physics that caused radiometric decay, remember that law in physics from earlier, to accelerate by several orders of magnitude. This would allow them to stand by an Earth that is 6,000 years old, despite much older universal nuclear dates. There are several problems with this, but the big one is that nuclear decay releases heat. By taking the heat output today and applying it back in time, we end up with 1.68 times 10 raised 30 joules of energy for major nuclear decay chains over the past 4.5 billion years. This is equivalent to 4.01 times 10 raised 14 1 megaton hydrogen bombs. This means every cubic kilometer gets its own 402 hydrogen bombs, and every square kilometer gets its own 787,884 hydrogen bombs. Obviously, that's completely untenable, but actually, some young Earth creationists propose that they really only need to accelerate the nuclear decay during the flood, for the portions of the geologic column that the flood is actually responsible for. So this would be from the Cambrian to the Cretaceous, or rather through the Cretaceous, for the equivalent of like 500 million years. 500 million years worth of decay is 1.86 times 10 raised 29 joules and equivalent to 4.45 times 10 raised 13 hydrogen bombs. This is equivalent to 87,237 H-bombs per square kilometer. Let's put this in perspective for a moment. To get all the oceans boiling, we need 5.6 times 10 raised 26 joules, and to vaporize them off instantly, we need 3.7 times 10 raised 27 joules. Both our 4.5 billion number of accelerated nuclear decay and our 500 million number of accelerated nuclear decay easily get us there. It's worth noting here that young Earth creationists today, thanks to the work of the RATE team, a sort of think tank of young Earth creationists, geologists, physicists, etc., no one is disagreeing that the rocks look like a lot of decay has happened, and in fact that's why modern young Earth creationists invoke things like accelerated nuclear decay. So this radioactive decay is a problem for them, as admitted and outlined by them. The concept of radiometric dating using the basis of the radioactive decay law is kind of moot with regard to this particular argument, the argument of the heat problem, but I do want to note that radiometric dating does work. The entire energy industry of the world relies on radiometric dating through basin modeling, which is the first step for oil exploration, coal exploration, and natural gas exploration. So every time you fill up your car, you're validating radiometric dating. Again, it doesn't really matter because all parties from conventional science to young Earth creationists alike agree that a lot of decay has occurred, but conventional science basically applies actualistic processes back in time, whereas young Earth creationists think they only look old because decay was actually accelerated beyond the bounds of physics within Noah's flood and within the creation week. So, moving on with more recycled explanations before we finally tackle this video.
They can be lazy.
Okay, so accelerated nuclear decay alone makes Noah's Ark impossible, but we actually have more heat to get rid of. Because you have to take all of the impact events, like the meteor that killed all of the dinosaurs from the past 500 million years, and those have to happen during the flood too, since the flood is responsible for that column. So let's add up the heat generated from the top 10, let's say, impact events of the past 500 million years. Using relatively conservative numbers, we get 4.47 times 10 raised 26 joules of energy, equivalent to another 99 billion hydrogen bombs. This number comes from my physics friend, Dakota. So let's talk about limestone next, because there is an absolute shit tons worth of limestone on this planet, and we need an explanation for it because it's all during that past 500 million years worth of time. Limestone is problematic in and of itself because it actually requires warm, calm, non-acidic waters to deposit, but let's just allow them the deposition and charge them for the heat that it takes for limestone to actually form. Since calcite formation releases heat, to account for today's limestone numbers, we get another 5.6 times 10 raised 27 joules for approximately 1 trillion more hydrogen bombs. I thought this one was funny because if you had asked me what releases more heat, the top 10 asteroid impacts on the Earth or just the hardening of all the limestone for the past 500 million years, I would have gotten that question wrong. Magma hardening too creates issues. In order to account for all of the hardened magma we have today, we can go ahead and add 5.4 times 10 raised 27 joules, or another approximately 1 trillion hydrogen bombs. And finally, Baumgartner himself estimates the heat release just for subducting all the plates and moving them along the surface of the mantle from a supercontinent position to now. The number he gives is 10 raised 28 joules. This is equivalent to approximately another 2 trillion hydrogen bombs, and it's probably an underestimate too, since we know there have been 7 supercontinents, not 1 or 2. All of that put together is the heat problem, right? And put very simply, what the heat problem is it's what you get when you take 4.5 billion years worth of processes, or much more conservatively, 500 million years worth of processes, and cram them into a single year. Because all of those processes release heat, you end up with an excess amount of heat. A heat problem that collectively vaporizes the granitic crust of the Earth several times over, at minimum, and if we're looking at Walt Brown's model, we have the equivalent of 5,000 trillion 1 megaton H bombs, or 5,000 hydrogen bombs per cubic kilometer of the Earth. So, that's the set stage. The heat problem is just owned up to by most young Earth creationist organizations. They look at it and they tend to say, yeah, we don't really know how we're going to solve that. Probably either exotic future physics or a miracle. And my prediction for a long time has been that eventually all roads lead to a miraculous solution here. They're going to own up to it and say, you know what? The flood's already a pretty big supernatural event, so why don't we just allow for a miracle here? And I think that that's the smart move. But when I first released the heat problem video years ago, Donnie's reaction was to rebel against this idea. You see, Donnie wants the answer to be scientific. He didn't want to appeal to miracles at first, at least. And so over the course of several years, he just kept putting out video after video talking about how utterly destroyed the heat problem is, how it's a non-issue for young Earth creationists. And interestingly enough,
there it was
most
again.
of these videos took different solutions that, of course, in and of themselves did not work, but all of them were titled something hyperbolically ridiculous, like the end game for the heat problem. Then how come there's a dozen of them, Donnie?
As you can see by the title, it's Endgame for the...
Maybe I just hallucinated, but I think the emulator paused again.
And ascended to a level beyond pathetic.
The emulator paused again, I think. Very shortly, but I think it was paused for a few frames.
Or one of my colleagues here on YouTube would point that out.
I don't know why that sometimes happens.
Where he would then have another...
Like, I'm not even touching my keyboard, and
But of course, Donnie is...
as far as I know, I don't have it bound to my controller.
Hired young Earth creationist geologist David McQueen into being his flood
I can't do it.
alongside this
Oh,
random
nope,
Australian
that was
guy,
super
George
speed.
Bond.
My name is Donnie.
Yes, I
and am
can
your
do
host for
this.
important discussion
Whee!
with Professor David McQueen and George Bond, my award-winning flood researcher.
That's actually allowed on emulator because it doesn't really make anything easier, like not like slowdown, except it technically makes grinding easier, but I don't use it. I don't like speeding up.
And I usually use this clip where David McQueen is talking about how he and George are like working on it.
Tube, which illustrates heat coming up from the BLOB, the blob. George and I will continue to work all during the month of November on the mathematics of this.
Because, like, yeah, I bet. Anyways, all of this culminated in a recent discussion on the Modern Day Debate channel, where David McQueen was put up by Donnie to debate King Crocoduck, who is a biomedical physicist who basically annihilated David McQueen in a video that you can find here. And I believe it was McQueen's poor performance in this particular discussion that triggered Donnie to revitalize his attempt at solving the heat problem, and so we got a couple videos on it. Today we're covering the last of those videos, and with that, after 10 minutes, you're finally caught up. I have never once been accused of being brief or concise. So overall, I was very intrigued by this video because, again, like, the heat problem is not solvable, and this is being posited as yet another decimation of the heat problem. But that is not what we got. What we got was vindication. We'll get there. So McQueen starts us off by introducing his dog, and, like, he makes some jokes. That's just what McQueen does.
Professor McQueen, it looks like you have your partner in crime with you today.
He has watched both Crocoduck and also Erica, and he's developed a taste for both crocodile and gibbon. Here you go, Stanley. Oh, there's some crocodile for you. And then here is some gibbon for you. Now run off and chew up the enemies of truth. There.
I wish I could be mad at this, but it actually did kind of make me laugh. I would pull the same joke with my own dogs, because I have 3 of them, but unfortunately all of them are pseudoscience intolerant.
I was just going to ask George firstly, Professor McQueen, is your dog a Young Earth Creations as well, just like Professor McQueen's bat dog, George?
Definitely.
That's good.
They know what's good for them.
I want it on the record that I would love my dogs no matter what. Even if they were young Earth creationists, my love is unconditional for them. I'm quite Christ-like in that way. However, I am pretty sure that one of them is a Lutheran because one time I was watching the Da Vinci Code and he absolutely lost his mind anytime anything Catholic was on his screen.
Again, this is related to the King Crocoduck and Professor David McQueen.
I just want to hear the level up sound once.
Flattery will get you nowhere.
I want to begin by complimenting both
Just once game,
Crocoduck
please.
and also Erica for
This is so anticlimactic.
respect that they showed me.
McQueen is very sweet here, but that's actually not why I showed the clip. Did you see it? We got a Neffy sighting, baby! I'm glad to see him. I was worried. I hadn't seen Neffy in quite a long time. I had assumed he had overdosed on paper. So David McQueen goes on to say that he's excited to have another debate with King Crocoduck and that he wants to have a discussion with me. And like, McQueen is welcome on my channel anytime. I would love to sit down and have a conversation about his ideas for solving the heat problem and his ideas for why he doesn't think radiometric dating works. He thinks it's a conspiracy. But I'm not gonna go on Donnie's channel. I'm just not gonna do it. He talks about the Bible for a little while, pondering the question as to whether scripture talks about a heat problem, and then he notes that today we're going to be talking about catastrophic plate tectonics, which is the flood model espoused by John Baumgartner. If you will kindly remember, that model has a minimum heat release of 2 × 10⁻29 joules.
You have seen her use one of my props on her video, this paper towel roll.
Tube.
Which I have used in the past to illustrate some of the physics of what George and I have worked on for well over a year. Erica, was very critical of me.
I just love these NPCs.
We started talking about this over a year ago and we haven't published the paper yet. Well, this is complicated stuff.
That is actually not at all what I am roasting you guys for. Science, even in a young Earth creationist context, takes time, and I understand that. What I am roasting you for, or rather what I'm roasting Donnie for, is the fact that he knows you don't have the math yet, and that he continually posts these videos titled things like heat problem demolished, heat problem decimated, heat problem tragically beaten to death by masked vigilantes. The math is not done. I know this, Queen knows it, Bond knows it, and Donnie knows it. So just quit pretending like it is, and that the heat problem is not currently an issue. McQueen goes on.
Oh my god, I remember this room.
Shows another one later, and I believe the
I think this was the first time where I realized that you can get got by mill lilies on ultimate through doors. Maybe it wasn't this time, maybe I didn't realize it here, but I do definitely remember that they sniped me with the instant kill at least once or twice. Because mill lilies on ultimate shoot an insta-kill. And that insta-kill can go through fucking doors and kill you like right over here. Really fucked up.
And Donnie says this.
And I just want to put this comment up to be fair, because I do appreciate King Crocoduck's approach and professionalism to this topic. So he says he wants to hear about the radiation problem. That's what he specifically brought up during the debate. And as host, I will make sure that that is engaged throughout the program.
Yep, this room.
Then George takes over, George Bond, who...
Also, I think this is the, I don't know if actually, but I think this is the room where you usually farm the rare lilies.
Do not support the notion that there is biased
I could have just piped out and piped back in. Oh, and I'm done. This is the end of the quest.
Is because there's some kind of like conspiracy going on. He does think it's bottom up and not top down, but basically it's biased reporting. That's the case McQueen is making. At least that's the argument that McQueen made in the debate. George is trying to support McQueen's ideas, and so he says this.
I was watching a recent video from some European scientists about publishing negative results. So it was called Honesty in Science, Why Not Negative Results Matter. So I'm just going to play a very short video just to show you some of these statistics of what they're finding and why it's important that they, scientists actually publish even their negative results, which King Crocoduck mentioned that there aren't any. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Okay, so no, Casey's point was that there was no biased reporting. But then George decides to show a video that he feels displays the concern that many modern scientists have for a lack of negative or contradictory data being reported. And then the video says the exact opposite of that.
Actually, the good thing about that particular server is that it's divided on new results, confirmatory results, and contradictory results. And if you check contradictory results, they are increasing. It's great. And if you check confirmatory results, which are that boring things in which we do again something that has been reported before, they also increasing.
So I was in the gym when I was listening to this for the first time, and I had to rewind it twice, because what the scientist here is talking about is a server that allows you to filter by results. So you can specifically look at new papers that have come out that are reporting on negative or contradictory results. So the video is showing that scientists are presenting this server that is doing the thing that George is saying scientists are complaining they don't have, right? What is he thinking? Like, George was just talking about how scientists are concerned that there aren't contradictory or negative results reported more, and then shows a video about a scientist saying, here's a server that lets you do that.
Okay, there you go. There's some scientists who are really concerned about the fact that there are contradictory results that aren't being reported, and we know of so many instances of discordant radiometric dates that aren't recorded.
So I've done discordant dates to death. One, you need to know that if I date a rock that has previously been dated as like 3.45 billion years old, and then when I date it again, I get a date of like 3.43 billion years old, this is technically a discordant date, isn't it? Despite the fact that we can be fairly confident that this rock is like around 3.44 billion years old. And second, George, how about you show me exactly one single discordant date report that isn't chalk-upable to methodological errors? Because in my many years of doing this channel, I've probably seen and combed through at least 50 younger creationist reports of discordant dates, and I have yet to find a single one that didn't have a serious methodological error in it.
I mean, King Crocoduck presented, what was it, that funnel, or I'm not sure of the term he used.
Bullshit and plays the thing. I just can't. I need a drink. And a Xanax.
He doesn't know what Casey did. He's arguing with something that Casey never said. He genuinely thinks that...
By the way, I finally realized, or I remembered again, how to get around the, in quotes, bug that you aim at things while having this menu open. I just realized that. I did remember that I had the same problem like 15 years ago, and I figured it out back then, and I just did it again, like at the beginning of Caves. Or not at the beginning, it was when I was walking through... It was at the beginning of Caves 2, where you walked through these, like, 20 different traps in that one room. The problem is, if you go to Magic, Foyer, and stuff like that aims at things, and if you walk into a trap, character tries to aim that skill at the trap. So basically all you have to do is do this. Or this.
Here's my second challenge to
Don't hover over the magic.
If dating is unreliable, then why do scientific publications consistently report the same results across different techniques, labs, and even decades? Here's a table published by Bouvier et al. 15 years after Dalrymple's Condrite publication.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Next, he wants to show us an example of a mineral that
happened.
has like all uranium and no lead, in hopes of showing us proof that the Earth actually isn't ancient, I guess.
Yeah, so there is no need to turn over a rock to scientists who may intend to deceive you to have it dated. Instead, you be the scientist where the work of chemical analysis has already been done.
Oh, okay. Don't trust scientists that are radiometrically dating rock because they might deceive you. But do trust chemical geologists because these guys definitely won't deceive you guys. Why? Well, duh, they don't typically produce data that shatters your worldview. But how about that Abernathyite?
So if we look at the ebonithite that I mentioned, you'll see it contains...
Oh, by the way, on
5.77%
Ultimate,
uranium.
I think, yeah, I still already played through Chaos on Ultimate, but I think well, no, I'm actually lying. I have Mill Lilies being well, on stream Mill Lilies have shot at me, but I'm always out of range. And also the shot looks weird because the draw distance is so low.
Underline there, if the Earth is only about 6,000 years old, then only
But, yeah, Mill Lilies, if you're not prepared, are a fucking pain in the ass.
Exactly does this help you with the fact that we have innumerable samples that do have appreciable amounts of lead, right? So most uranium is natural and Abernathyite is rare, and most of that natural uranium does have considerable amounts of lead in it. In a conventional timescale, you can actually have new rock form. This is just a part of actualism. We see new rocks forming today, therefore new rocks can form at any given point in time. So this is just allowed. However, in a younger timescale, you can't have any rocks that are older than 6,000 years. That is the absolute maximum. So while conventional science can accommodate both like trace amounts of uranium in small amounts versus larger amounts of uranium, given new rock can form and old rock persists, young Earth creationism cannot.
Of course, the old Earthers get a lot of this may conveniently claim that the 211 uranium-bearing minerals, which contain no appreciable quantity of lead, are extremely young, while the 38 minerals which do contain lead are old, but only 8 of those contain more lead than uranium. Now, this is a classic example of rescue device.
So for those of you who may not know, a rescuing device is any time that conventional science proves young Earth creationism wrong. Now, George has to actually bust the explanation for why new uranium can form. If he thinks that it cannot, he has to actually address the counterpoint itself. So then George moves on to talking about leaching.
They may also claim that lead leached out of the minerals, but that claim is not valid, and here's why. If the lead can leach out of these minerals, then it can leach from their sample rock, making determining a proper ratio of dating methods impossible.
So I've said this so many times with regard to geology, at least conceptually. If we can actually determine that leaching has occurred, then leaching has diagnosable characteristics. This means we can recognize those characteristics and then only date rock where leaching has not occurred. Then George goes on to talk about zircons, and then he kind of says that he's going to touch more on it later and let Tweed take sort of the lion's share of that issue. But they never touch on it again. Then George says that he's going to talk about whether or not radiometric dating is reliable, to which he says...
And I've said not.
Oh, okay. Bond then has a clip for us, and since the last one went so well, I am very excited.
I've spoken to Ian Juby just this morning, probably about an hour ago.
Oh, Ian Juby.
I don't remember what the highest ATA was that you need for yellow weapons. Or wait, the Barista was just 115, right? Oh wait, no, I do remember. The Barista was like 115 or 20, but the red gun was like 150, I think. That's the highest number. So, I mean, theoretically, I would get the Barista at level 50. That means I would get 20 more ATA. So I could, even if I wouldn't get any ATA right now, like nothing anymore, I would be able to equip the red gun level around level 60, I guess. That means I'm fine. I don't really need Dex anymore. Don't need more aim. To be honest, all of this is me basically talking nonsense because this character will never reach level 30. But, yeah. Whatevs. Hi, Kirik.
Considering that the half-life of potassium-40 is fairly long, 1,250 million years, the potassium potassium argon method cannot be used to date samples that are much younger than 6,000 years old.
Okay.
A few thousand years are not enough time for argon-40 to accumulate in a sample at high enough concentrations to be detected and quantified.
Stop critting me, please.
Did these guys stop to think before they wrote? Did they not realize that they just admitted, in print, that if the Earth is only 6,000 years old, that their radio dating methods will give a wrong, incorrect age of millions, perhaps billions of years? Did they not realize that they just handed over the entire debate on a silver platter to a guy wearing a pot on his head?
I would give the pain a 10. So I don't know how many times I'm gonna have to explain this. You cannot date brand new rock. This is because not enough parent has decayed into daughter material to be detectable outside of normal error bars. Once enough parent has decayed into daughter material, you get pristine calendar dates, which is why we can date the rock at Mount Vesuvius and get the age that this eruption occurred according to historical records. Then Juby says,
they said there was not enough time for argon to collect. Well, actually, that wasn't the problem. That's like saying this glass of water actually only has 1 drop of water in it. But the amount is so small that our scientific equipment, which is insanely expensive, can't read that small an amount. That's why it shows the glass falsely as being full.
Who cares if it's insanely expensive or not?
If your scientific equipment can't read that small an amount, it's going to read an amount of 0, not a full glass. If the potassium argon method really worked, then it should show an age of 0 for the Mount St. Helens rocks, not many, many, many millions of years old. You've got it backwards, guys.
So this is actually a really interesting question, with a concrete answer. The reason we get millions of years instead of 0 years is that there is a minute amount of daughter present in the sample, which machines pick up on, but the error swamps the amount present. Imagine you have a scale that measures heavy objects in the millions of kilos with an error of plus or minus 50 kilos. Any sample that weighs less than 50 kilos is in the error range and becomes meaningless. But in addition, noise must be accounted for as well, and this is more difficult.
Oh, if you're wondering why she said that is, they are basically clones. Like all the non-human creatures you see in, like, I don't know if, like, not the enemies, but the characters you can play as are basically all made by humans. Obviously the robots are, like the androids and stuff, but also the others, like humans, like these dudes right here, the elf people. But in later games there's much more, like there's at least 2 or 3 more races, but they're all made by humans. Well, to be honest, in the end they're probably also made by humans and whatever. But they are all in quote unquote produced by this civilization, basically to adapt better to new areas where they wander into, and yeah, it's weird.
I will say though that Ian Juby is a little bit funny. He does a bit in this video where he keeps saying that secular scientists are shooting themselves in the foot, and then he'll show a clip of himself pointing a real gun at his own foot and it pans off screen, but like progressively the guns keep getting bigger and bigger until he's got like a semi-automatic weapon pointed downward at his foot. It's kind of surreal.
That's shooting yourself in the foot. Talk about shooting yourself in the foot. Oh, they really shot themselves in the foot this time.
Next, George wants to...
That is not a semi-automatic gun, for fuck's sake. That was a minigun. What the fuck?
In 2005, British scientists reported that they dated footprints at 40,000 years old, a direct challenge to the traditionally accepted view that humans arrived in the Americas around 11,000 years ago. Now, subsequent paleomagnetic analysis and radioactive dating of the volcanic ash by American geologists put the date at 1.3 million years old. Now, here we go here. It's not as if they use one method and the other team used a different method.
Well, actually, that's exactly what happened. The American team dating these footprints utilized argon, and magnetic pole reversals, and the British team carbon dated the overlying sediments. The American methods agreed with one another. This is also carbon dating surface sediments, which are subject to cosmogenic radiation, as we've talked about previously. This means that in the case of the British team, there will be a small amount of intrusive carbon present, which will incorrectly give a date at the older range of the method's limits. I've talked about cosmogenic radiation and contamination with regard to carbon dating to death, so you can check out my video on that.
I mean, why are we getting all these different answers from multiple different methods by two different independent teams? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I imagine a lot of this seems ridiculous when you don't actually, like, read what the methods were.
And this is what Ian Juby was talking about. Talk about shooting yourself in the foot.
Damn, bro, you got the whole squad laughing.
Another one is the KBS Tough or Skull 1470 discovered by Leakey. They just kept trying and trying until they got something that they agreed on.
Oh, hey, I know this skull. That's Homo rudolfensis. In the case of this issue, there are several difficulties with the KBS Tough, the main one being that it contains mixed volcanic sediments, in part due to nearby erosion. Once sampling was carefully carried out with this in mind, potassium, argon, and argon.
Why does this person sound like Emma Stone? I think she's called Emma Stone.
Next, they take a break for.
Wait. Isn't Emma Stone... Oh god. I may have mixed up an actor
Okay. I was able to go to my
with the person I'm actually talking about.
and I got one of those Ian Juby pods to put on my head. A very clever man.
Clever man. The perfect descriptor for Ian Juby. I'm always saying this.
Okay, so these are going to be a couple criticisms for you, George. King Crocoduck has sent
Wait,
us
is he
in
on K1 or 2?
Having his arguments engaged. I think you're doing an excellent job.
K1 or 2?
So here we go.
Donnie tries again to get KC's questions answered because he's still in the chat. George misunderstands a second time what KC did and what his point is, and then McQueen says this.
You need to understand that I am a scientist. George is a scientist. King Crocoduck made it clear that he certainly is knowledgeable about the statistics and medical details regarding mammography as a biomedical physicist.
McQueen is a scientist. George is a scientist. And KC is knowledgeable. Okay, so again, George doesn't know what Casey is actually talking about. He doesn't know what he did. And then McQueen starts talking about the heat problem, which, okay. George goes off again on the footprints and the KBS Tough, and finally Casey comments.
Yes, I appreciate the responses. Excellent job, gentlemen. Let me present this on screen since Casey has given us his time in the live chat to engage. George, what are your thoughts on this? Let's just pretend this is a debate. I'll pretend to be Casey. I'm coming at you, George, with a rebuttal. I still feel that George has misunderstood what funnel plots entail. If there's missing data, if data was arbitrarily excluded, the funnel plot will reveal it.
Well, he wants me to respond on something that I haven't seen. What data is that?
He hasn't seen the plot. Cool.
Where did you show the data? I don't remember. You showed a funnel, and that was it. There was no data there.
I think he says it was
the TikTok boom.
In the Dalrymple data.
I mean, I'm
Please.
not here to debate you, mate. I've shown you a number of examples where various dating methods were used, and they got wildly different dates, which really
That's much better.
The narrative that radiometric dating is reliable. I mean, that's totally silly. You got to be reasonable.
This just kind of blew me away, right? Like, Bond had a whole spiel about how wrong KC was with his funnel plot, and then when pushed even a little bit on his points, he just throws his hands up and goes, nah, no, I didn't look at it, I didn't see it. I'm just so tired of finding out how little substance there is to every argument that these younger creationists make.
But imagine how tired we are. Imagine how tired we are of it.
So George here has cried conspiracy, right? They are reporting the discordant dates, and he supports this with, one, a video of a scientist who is saying that she has a server that allows you to sort by controversial or negative results, things like discordant dates, which is unrelated, and then he gives a second support, which is a bunch of examples of discordant dates that have been resolved using updated methodology or problems that have been identified in the first place, which of course are published, right? So his initial claim that no one will publish discordant dates and they are actually out there is like debunked by his own supporting lines of evidence. KC jumps in to say, I can also provide statistical support that no, there is not biased reporting of results, to which Bond says, sorry, haven't looked at it, after after previously having talked about how dumb and silly KC is for proposing it in the first place, and McQueen throws his hands up and says, yeah, well, have you considered this other unrelated thing? Neither of them will engage with his statistical work at all. And when pushed on this, George says, I'm not here to debate, as you heard, and then says I've already given a bunch of examples which we've shown aren't what he thinks they are.
My argument, and I hope I made it clear in the debate, King, was that this is not like some Illuminati group.
It's a very closed circle. It's like a cult. It's like the Masonic Order or the Illuminati or something like that.
That are controlling the number of labs. Erica, by the way, added carbon-14 labs into my number of labs, so the labs are not...
Them bad cult people. They don't want Jesus to be true.
Radiometric dating. You're a geologist. So we have nearly 150 radiocarbon dating labs, and since radiocarbon dating is a type of radiometric dating labs, the total number of radiometric dating labs is actually significantly higher than that. McQueen remarks again on how he thinks that it's a bottom-up conspiracy, that these people who have corroborating radiometric dates aren't like doing an Illuminati group me where they can discuss what they're going to put down. But then, like, it's a mighty big coincidence then that they just happen to corroborate one another when everyone is working independently within their own evolutionary framework. So then George doubles down on Ian Juby's question from earlier, which we of course already covered.
Your dating methods then should show zero.
No.
Not billions and billions of years.
Daddy, chill. And in all of my years as a professional geologist, professor at Virginia State University, and all the things I've done, I've never actually been to a radiometric dating lab. I've never actually seen either how they do carbon-14 or, more importantly to me, how they do uranium-lead, potassium-argon, and so forth.
You know, I'm really not convinced that these guys could pass an object permanence test. Really? Like, you've never been to one, so they don't exist? They're corrupt? It's really interesting to me that McQueen takes this angle because, like, other young Earth creationists have been to radiometric dating labs. Maybe that's why they don't argue that it's a conspiracy. They argue that there really has been a significant amount of decay as sort of supported by these rocks, these ancient ages on the rocks. They just think that the decay was accelerated. For it to be a conspiracy, top down or bottom up, you either
No!
have, like, such an insane number of co-conspirators all across the world working towards the same nebulous goal, or it has to be the world's biggest coincidence. Luckily, then Donnie asks a very interesting question.
How long then, therefore, does the evolutionary community say you have to wait before this rock can be tested?
I don't know the answer, Donnie.
Well, I've heard...
Stop with the TikTok thing, please.
And then, in the case of, I think, New Zealand lava rock, they said, no, you got to wait 200 years, so it just keeps changing.
I mean, come on, right? These guys don't even know what they're arguing against, which is really not a good sign. McQueen doesn't know the answer to Donnie's question, if he's honest, and George is just outright wrong. 100, maybe 200 years. Really? How come we get pristine argon-argon dates for the Mount Vesuvius material that again matches the historical date of the eruption? This should not be if we can't get radiometric dating. Why do those dates match up with the calendar year, boys? The answer to the question is, of course, it needs to be a few thousand years. But it, of course, depends on the dating method in question. They answered questions from the chat for a while.
But it's kind of cool that I got a new one now, but to be honest, on a Force it does not matter what you're wearing. As long as you don't get one shot, it does not matter at all.
Erica have made is that if catastrophic
As long as you can survive an attack, you're fine.
Not only a heat issue, but also would give off radiation that would kill everybody on the Ark and all the fish in the sea.
Yes, that's exactly right. Okay, sweet. How are we going to deal with this? I'm ready to listen.
So we'll return to that next hour.
The guys then decide to take a quick break, during which Donnie gives his spiel about fission tracks and radio halos and why he thinks that they are really solid evidence that accelerated nuclear decay happened, and since they anneal at a relatively low temperature, there must have been a solution that existed for the heat problem. I have covered this ad nauseum in its own dedicated video, which you can find here. George and McQueen briefly talk about granite formation, which I've also talked about in another video, which you can find here. And then KC jumps back in to really
By the way, yes.
reiterating the initial issues
That thing just dealt damage even though I blocked the attack.
This is a separate issue from the heat problem. The heat
I
problem
think
is
this
a
is one
different
of the
thing,
only
which
enemies, if not the enemy, that does that.
but no one has
It's kind of
thus far
weird.
touched the radiation problem.
So he says the radiation problem stays with or without the CPT model, and he says he'll elaborate. The creationist timeline is 800,000 roughly times as short as the scientific one. As a result, the activity of the radioisotope must have accelerated by that factor, and he's saying this produces the radiation problem, and the annual background radiation is 0.62 rem per year, and he's basically saying that would produce a dosage that is lethal, as in everything on the Earth dies, including Noah and the Ark animals. And so with that presented, we'll move into part 2 here.
King is wrong on that point, and the reason that he's wrong on that point is this.
Okay, this is really interesting. Let's hear how he's wrong. I'm all ears.
Reduce your expectations to 0.
In the area of Hawaii, there are identifiable, using modern geophysics, blobs.
Oh my god, no. This is what he uses to solve the heat problem, or at least to set the stage to try to solve the heat problem.
Tube, which illustrates heat coming up from the BLOB, the blob.
This is going to have absolutely nothing to do with radiation. I can pretty much guarantee it. But, come on, maybe he's got a point. Maybe he's going to get...
Emma Thorne. She's called Emma Thorne, not Stone.
On my use of paper towel rolls like this.
Tube, which illustrates heat coming up from the BLOB, the blob.
McQueen then spends several minutes talking about how mantle creep does not actually preclude catastrophic plate tectonics. Again, which, to repeat myself, is not an argument that I actually ever make. So then he brings up cold slabs, which is something that George will talk about a little bit more in depth a little bit later on, so we'll kind of put a pin in it for now. And finally he says this.
Now, we've been repeatedly challenged tonight by Crocoduck to tie in the heat issue to the radiation issue, and it's a point well taken.
Well, you would think so, yes, but then McQueen goes on to talk about how blobs and cold slabs somehow interact with the heat problem. How any of this has anything to do with the radiation problem, I don't know. Thankfully, KC comments.
King Crocoduck's pointing out that he's specifically talking about ionizing radiation that doesn't have to do with heat. And so he was wondering your thoughts on the excess radiation rather than the heat itself. Do you have any thoughts on that, brother?
Oh, of course. I almost don't know where to begin. Let's try it this way.
And I'll tell you, McQueen just re-explains the heat problem again, and then implies that if he can fix the heat problem, this somehow also simultaneously fixes the radiation problem. Which, no, if you could somehow come up with a solution for mitigating all of that thermal energy, you still have all of the radiation, and that requires a completely separate mechanism. These two things aren't just, part and parcel part of the same solution. They can't be. That's just not how physics works. And then Guy changes the subject.
So I'm saying no. There is a link between the issue of heat and the issue of ionizing radiation. Georgia, pick it up from there, my friend.
Gentlemen, I'd be curious as to your thoughts, but I just want to add this, and I presented this to KC in the chat. I engaged in a formal debate, I think it was about 2 years ago now, with Erica, our favorite evolutionist, Gutsy Gibbon here. Time flies. And I pointed out when she brought up the heat problem that the massive amounts, the miles and miles worth of water at the flood on the Earth during this time could have shielded Noah and the animals from this excess heat, or excess radiation, sorry. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, George and Professor McLean, don't we use water in nuclear reactors to protect and shield things from damage?
Yeah, Jordan did the math. It's not enough.
But I guess they would say that the amount of water on on the Earth at the time of the flood would still not be enough.
Actually, the bigger problem is the acceleration of decay, like on the Ark, within the physical bodies of the organisms. McQueen briefly ponders aloud how tall the floodwaters would have actually been, like in overall depth, musing that before we can really say whether a solution works or doesn't, we have to determine the actual conditions of the flood. Which, like, yeah, I would agree. However, we don't need to figure out any of the conditions to know that accelerating the nuclear decay is completely untenable. It's going to vaporize the granite crust of the Earth several times over, like more than 24 times over.
I'm going to try and cover this quite quickly because otherwise we'll be here for 3.5 to 4 hours.
Well, so this video is over 3 hours long, right? So George did not do a good job here keeping things concise, which, you know, I empathize with that. I have a similar problem. And then he tries to knock out my explanation with regard to cold slabs. Before we hear him out, let's talk about what cold slabs are. So during tectonic activity, sometimes two plates meet, and sometimes they crush together and form a mountain, and sometimes a slab is subducted underneath another slab. When this happens, eventually, over long periods of time, because the slab is being subducted into the mantle below, it will reach thermal equilibrium with the surrounding material, growing hotter and hotter until it is thermally essentially indistinguishable from the mantle around it. The cold slabs are a problem proposed by young Earth creationists that argues that basically the fact that we can still make out slabs means that the Earth can't be very old, because under evolutionary preconceptions or ancient time scale, which those two things are interchangeable together in creationists, the slab should have reached equilibrium with the surrounding mantle by now. So let's hear George.
Erica presented this paper in one of her streams as a possible, or not a possible, but a solution to the cold slab subduction. As I said previously, I read this paper shortly after it actually came out, and really when you look into it and actually read it, it's nothing but a model that's full of assumptions, and even they admit it, and it's limited to 60 to 100 kilometers, not the 700 kilometers that these subduction zones are detailed to protrude into the mantle.
So George is going to take two primary issues as we move forward. The first is that he doesn't like that the paper I use to support the fact that conventional science does not have a problem with cold slabs uses words like may, variability, uncertainty, and especially not the word limitations. This really seems to trigger George and concerns me greatly because for those of you out there who read a lot of literature within the scientific community at large, you know, including limitations is like a huge part of the vast majority of studies, especially if you're, you know, putting forward a model, right? And what the paper that I utilized did is it modeled the sort of thermal evolution of a slab as it subducts. That's it. Now, of course, the most rapidly changing portion of a slab as it subducts is the first 60 to 100 kilometers. So I don't think that they did that particular section because, you know, they were worried they were going to get debunked on Earth creationism. Rather, that was just the most appropriate area to model. So issue number one that George has is the one thing that this book realizes. And issue number two is, of course, the limiting nature of what they model. He thinks that the model should have included all 700, 800 kilometers of a subducted slab. So keep that in mind moving forward.
You'll see straight from the start, may have dynamic origin, so they're speculating already.
That is literally just the language that scientific papers use. See what I mean? I worry that George has not read very many of them if this is sticking out.
So, look, I'm just going to leave it like that.
800 kilometers of a subducted slab. So keep that in mind moving forward.
You'll see straight from the start, may have dynamic origin, so they're speculating already.
That is literally just the language that scientific papers use. See what I mean? I worry that George has not read very many of them if this is sticking out.
So, look, I'm just going to leave it like that, and you can take screenshots and read it yourself, but you'll find that there's a lot of uncertainty. You see straight from the start, they talk about millions of years, and they'll use words like likely. So there's more likely and assume, more speculation and conjecture. And they then list the limitations of their approach.
And I kid you not, that is this whole section of George Bond. He gets into it a little bit more later as to some of the technical issues he takes with the paper, but we don't get that until Donnie pushes him. So this is what we have.
We speculate.
Can I pray for you? Perfect. Dear God, I thank you for my man right here. I know that he's been making some very bad decisions, and he's in a season of stupidity, but you can pull him out of this and use him a little bit.
Okay, so really, that paper is a model, a simplified model with lots of assumptions to get the answer that they want. And as I said, they talk about millions of years before they even start to look at it.
So George basically has a problem with it because one, it's a model, and two, it assumes millions of years, which he supposes implies nefarious intent. No, millions of years is assumed because young Earth creationists have not done the legwork to show that it shouldn't be assumed, and it continues to make accurate predictions each and every day. And then three, he has an issue because he doesn't think the model is inclusive enough. It doesn't include the entirety of the slab, just the portions that the authors felt were thermally relevant for the evolution of temperature change. George then does some back-of-the-envelope calculations, which he supposes give a proper estimate for when the slab should have reached thermal equilibrium, sort of within a conventional scientific context in the math. So let's reiterate the situation with cold slabs. Cold slabs are an argument utilized by young Earth creationists that has to do with tectonic plates. As the tectonic plates move and meet at boundaries, they can subduct underneath one another. In this process, a plate is shoved into the mantle where it is heated and eventually reaches thermal equilibrium with the surrounding rock. The creationist argument is that there are some slabs that should have reached equilibrium by now, but haven't, and thus they haven't been subducting for millions of years, only a few thousand. No, they do not have their own model to explain the data. The explanation that the paper I used proposed for cold slabs was pretty simple indeed. It basically suggested that when we have these cold slabs, the slab that is subducting into the mantle is usually coming from being underneath an entire ocean. Thus, it is suffused with water before it is actually subducted underneath the sort of adjacent plate. And because it is suffused with water, the melting point is higher, meaning it takes longer for it to reach equilibrium with the surrounding mantle. And, you know, I thought to myself, since George has brought up these questions, I really want to make sure that I'm actually getting that model right. I really want to make extra, double, triple positive that I'm not misrepresenting the authors. And so I reached out to them. Did your heart just leap into your throat, George? First, I asked Dr. Holt if the cold slabs were considered a thorn in the side of modern geology, which got a hearty no. Cold slabs are not puzzling at all to modern geologists, and the purpose of the paper was not to address this problem, but simply to model slab temperature change. The author even clarified why cold slabs are not an issue in a very simple way, including the relevant geodynamic equations. First, he corrected me that when slabs reach equilibrium, they do not melt, but rather stay solid. The entire mantle is effectively solid and appears to flow only over vast amounts of time. So he explained it to me like this. Quote, in terms of the cold but solid slabs, an even simpler explanation for why they hang around is just considering their thermal properties, or more specifically, the thermal diffusivity of rock. Thermal diffusivity is a rock property we can measure. It's a combination of density, conductivity, and thermal expansivity, properly linking density changes to temperature changes. Because this diffusivity, kappa, has units of meters squared per second, or length squared over time, and a first order value of 10 raised negative 6 meters squared per second, i.e. a meter squared per second, you can write kappa is equal to x squared divided by t, where x is some length scale in measures, t is some time scale in seconds. This can be rearranged to make the time scale the subject. T is equal to x squared divided by kappa. This gives us a rough time, t, that it takes for a thermal anomaly, length equaling x, to conduct away. If we plug in realistic values of kappa, a first order accepted value for rock is equal to 10 raised negative 6 meters squared per second, and take the thickness of a typical slab, say 60 kilometers or 60,000 meters, then t is equal to 60,000 squared divided by 10 raised negative 6, or approximately 3 times 10 raised 15 seconds, equaling 110 million years. So the cold slabs take many millions of years to thermally equilibrate with the mantle. I had absolutely no idea that the solution was this simple, and I also had no idea that cold slabs had been solved for so long. But George really wants to move on to the heat problem, so he says this.
Let's explain this heat solution that we propose is a hypothesis. Okay? It's a hypothesis. It's not a theory, it's not a fact, it's a hypothesis that we're investigating.
Followed by?
Yes, we haven't worked out all the physics, but there may be geophysics mechanisms we don't yet understand or are aware of.
So then they have an idea, a hypothesis, unsupported by any current math. That's exactly what I've been saying this entire time, that that's all they have. Donnie is the one proposing that the solution already exists.
We've got no problem explaining these subduction plates and the hot blobs, okay?
Neither does conventional science, but then George puts a timeline on the solution.
Wait and see what happens with this new research and where it takes us. There are things there that we don't understand that we may understand, maybe not in our lifetime, but maybe it's around the corner. Who knows? I don't know the answer to that.
Oh, okay, so there might be a solution if physics gets a complete overhaul in the next several thousand years. He brings up Z-pinch, which I've done to death in like the past 3 videos, but let me put it very simply. Z-pinch is invoked by younger creationists to either get the heavy elements or to accelerate the nuclear decay. It doesn't matter which one they're invoking it for, because to get a Z-pinch, you need the Earth to be in a plasma state already. And that's not even taking into account the fact that the piezoelectric effect needed to trigger the Z-pinch cannot actually get large enough within the bounds of physics to create a Z-pinch that large. The mechanism doesn't exist. And then George goes on to say this about radiation, and it's very odd.
King KC, we don't know much about the radiation. You're just making a lot of assumptions that, hey, the ionization is going to fry everyone to death. We don't know that. We just don't know that.
This guy has achieved a level of loser that science didn't even think possible.
We absolutely...
The video just became moist!
100%
critically moist!
That's how physics works. Unless you have a way to mitigate it, and like, I don't think you do, decay releases radiation and heat. Casey is using only known physics.
Wasn't he talking about the
George, as sort of a
what was the Elden Ring dude? Sorry, Quantum TV. Wasn't that clip about Quantum TV? I mean, I don't watch Moist Critical, but I have seen like one or two videos, and I think that was about the Elden Ring controversy, whatever. The idiot that was ranting about Elden Ring not being a game of the year because he sucked at it. He's literally the literal embodiment of the get good meme.
Ratios similar to the characteristics in the Earth's crust.
Absolutely fucking not. That is just not what they found, you ding dong. So remember, the Z-pinch requires plasma conditions to work, as in conditions found within the belly of a star. And this makes a lot of sense, because what the researchers were trying to show is that you can get Earth's elements in their given concentrations through nucleosynthesis, right? Through the processes within stars. This is what conventional science has always said about the origin of the elements, much to the chagrin of younger creationists like George and McQueen here. This has to do with the elements themselves, where supposedly Proton-21 was able to form super heavy elements, which are only found in labs, they aren't found naturally, that rapidly decay, having a half-life within minutes, into the heavy elements that we find around the world today. The idea is that this happened in the bellies of stars billions of years ago. Their study had absolutely fuck all to do with the parent-to-daughter ratios of heavy elements like uranium to lead. And I combed that study looking for any reference to what George was talking about here. He seems to have just pulled it out of thin air. Try reading the study before you talk about it, yeah?
At the end of the day, it's just another example of you being stupid.
So George switches topics to talking about how the mantle could have acted as a heat sink for the heat problem during the accelerated nuclear decay of Noah's flood. Him and McQueen have been on about this for a while, utilizing the mantle for a heat sink. Now, there's a punchline here, you're gonna hear it soon. First, he argues that since the mantle is 2400 degrees Celsius today, he can just assume that it was 2000 degrees Celsius in the past, and that all of that heat would then raise the mantle by 400 degrees Celsius. This is all kind of arbitrary. What he did is he took the mantle from today and worked backwards.
By the way, if you haven't noticed yet, I'm over the money and like TP shortage.
You end up with 2,000 degrees Celsius, so that's what he assumes.
Basically, all I would have to do to run through the rest of the game is just reach hard and find new magic, like new techniques. That's literally it. Like the game is kind of over. At this point, yeah, a forced character just becomes really overpowered.
This, which is why at the end he says this.
Now, one thing I'll be upfront and say, we don't yet know.
I actually thought that would take longer. Like I had.
At the moment, there may be new physics or
Well, actually, my force back in the day was overpowered from level 1 because I gave my character special weapons and a mag, like a level 200 mag, that made it so she could equip the DBS. I think it's called DBS sword at level 1. And Elysium at level, I don't know, 15, 20. Something like that.
Physics is the solution, or it's gotta be a miracle. So congratulations, you finally caught up with the mainstream creation.
I think it was, right? I think Elysium needs like 320 MST. I think I was able to equip it at like 15 or 20 or something like that.
He's going to introduce us to the secular heat problems,
and basically the only reason why I was still pretty slow was because I just wanted to use Talus and Kamui to regen my TP instead of paying for it. Yeah, don't ask why. Like, I realize now that that's kind of stupid. Like, just don't. Just pay the money and be done with it. That's.
Simply hand wave it away, and they just keep going about the heat problem that creators have. You know,
they do.
We've got a heat problem. Hey, how about the
Because if you use Talus and Kamui, the time, like, you're basically paying with time. And the same amount of time, you could just make a lot more money by just exploding your enemies in 3 seconds. Or a whole room of enemies in 3 seconds. Like this. Like, this still works in Ultimate. Like, not one-shots, but like, if you use the right magic, you kill them in like 3 hits. It's kind of ridiculous. Also, if you just ignore AoE and you just go for melee, for single target stuff, yeah, Grants also kills in everything in 2 or 3 hits. It doesn't matter what it is, you kill it in 2 or 3 hits.
February and March of next year. I do view it, in all honesty, as a growing friendship.
And this is why McQueen, although very wrong, is ultimately an okay guy. So then we're left with George and Donnie for the remainder of the show, which is only marginally better than Raw Matt and Donnie, but it is better. And Donnie begins with a question.
If you were to put the acceleration, the accelerated decay, at mostly creation, but some at the flood, we could assume that if it was at creation week was an accelerated week anyway. We pointed out before this, kind of like, it's a time lapse, right? That you see in video form where everything is accelerated in terms of processes. There's 2 events in the history of the world where we would have that, where it's not like we would see today in terms of what we're observing. That'd be the creation week and obviously the flood year.
Donnie is basically asking if we can limit the accelerated nuclear decay during Noah's flood to the past 500 million years, if that's going to make the heat problem any better. And it does make it better, but it doesn't get it anywhere close to solved, I'll put it that way. We already saw the math for this. Here it is again. By taking the heat output today and applying it back in time, we end up with 1.68 times 10 raised 30 joules of energy for major nuclear decay chains for the past 4.5 billion years. This is equivalent to 4.01 times 10 raised 14 1 megaton hydrogen bombs. This means every cubic kilometer gets its own 402 hydrogen bombs, and every square kilometer gets its own 787,884 hydrogen bombs. 500 million years worth of decay is 1.86 times 10 raised 29 joules and equivalent to 4.45 times 10 raised 13 hydrogen bombs. This is equivalent to 87,237 H-bombs per square kilometer. And again, that's not taking into account the heat that necessarily has to be restricted to the flood from creating all the limestone, hardening all the magma, all of the impact events,
Magma.
and around it race car speeds. So yeah, still not gonna work. And then there's like the theological implications of just proposing that God made everything to look old. Isn't that a little bit deceptive? I feel like Andrew Snelling has spoken out against that, at least with regard to making light in transit.
There are people in the background are currently looking into this, okay? We're not going to provide you with an answer next week or next year. We may, but I doubt it. But it may need some new physics that we haven't really looked at or found that could explain it.
If you put this into the creation week, that makes sense. It's a supernatural event anyways. Okay, so in other words, the rate
What
of
just
heat and
happened there?
radiation dissipation
I just
removal
watched that on
is
my
relative
screen.
to the rate of radioisotope decay.
Why did my character slow down when I was walking through the door?
Where you have radioisotope decay accelerated, you also have the supercooling with it, or the rapid removal of excess radiation with it, if it's happening during the creation week. Now, firstly, we'll get...
So yeah, like, you can put around 4 billion years worth of decay during the creation week before any critters are on the land masses, and whatever. It's magic, it makes it not science, but if you want to do that, be my guest. You still get absolutely annihilated by 500 million years worth of decay processes.
What did I just open, and why this floor is still closed?
500 million years worth of decay in the rock that is in the geologic column that was supposed to be created by Noah's flood.
What?
Because otherwise, why is it in order? Why is it in radiometric order? It would basically be arguing that the flood comes in, shakes up all of the sediment on the planet, and then it just so happens to lay down according to evolutionary timescales, which I don't suspect Donnie would sort of subscribe to, if you will.
Sorry, these are questions we don't have answers to yet.
This next part of the conversation is probably my favorite part of anything that Donnie's ever put out on the Standing for Truth YouTube channel. Because he basically just admits that, yeah, like, it might be supernatural. Him and George, finally, after all these years, admit that the solution to the heat problem is probably supernatural, which is what I've been saying they should say since I first made the heat problem video. The heat problem burns young Earth creationism up into a crisp, the smoldering embers of which cry out with a depressingly genuine certainty that miracles simply must be the answer. Of course, as previously stated, this wretches creation science from its ramshackle throne of special pleading, poor methodology, and bogus papers, and violently suplexes it into the tar pit that is unsubstantiated claims. Damn, I was so much more poetic back then. Anyways, so here's Bond, and then Donnie just saying that. Like, yeah, it might have been a miracle, sure, whatever.
Look, it may have been a supernatural event. I'll admit, I don't know, but as I said, there are people working behind the scenes at the moment on this issue, and I don't know if we're going to get an answer next week or next year, but there are people working on it.
Although we may not know the source or the mechanism behind the supercooling, perhaps it is supernatural. The Bible does say that God is Lord over the flood.
Okay.
I mean, come on, guys. You could have saved me so much time if you had just admitted to this 2 years ago. I kept showing you over and over and over again. Colleagues of the channel, like Jordan, kept showing you over and over and over again how this doesn't work without a miracle. But no, you said, every time you were gonna find a way to do this with science, and now it's just a casual, yeah, sure, why not? Sure, it could have been a miracle. Flood's a miracle anyways. It's so unbearably frustrating and was a massive waste of my time. Thank you for that. So, professionally educated creationists know that this is a problem that can't be solved by miracles. All of us here on the panel have said this before, but this has been not appreciated by very many of the creationists that are here online. That is the thesis statement of this stream. You're going to solve the heat problem with miracles, or you're not going to solve it. The heat problem, they'll probably eventually give up and say, okay, we have to have a miracle. But then they'll say, but evolutionists have to appeal to a miracle themselves for like the Big Bang or, abiogenesis or something along those lines. I feel such a mixture of emotions about this whole thing because, like, on one hand, I feel so vindicated, right, that he's finally had to come to terms with this and admit that this is an issue that cannot be solved without miracles. A prediction that I made that has come to fruition here 2 years later. It feels really good. And yet, on the other hand, right, the blood, sweat, and tears that went into finally conquering Donnie Deal's delusion that he can fix this with any kind of conventional means within physics or mathematics. You do need a miracle. Thank you for finally saying it. And I want to note that I couldn't have done this without friends of the channel, Jordan of Reasons to Doubt, Dakota, and many, many others. Next, Donnie muses about the exact number in like square or cubic kilometers that he would need in order to shield Noah and the Ark Animals from all the radiation. Again, it doesn't matter. The radiation is coming from inside the boat.
I'd like to know how much water would be necessary if the entire planet is covered by water. How much of that would take up and shield Noah and the Ark Animals from the excess heat, right? I wonder if we could get some calculations there.
But like KC comes in and really hacks into bits on that subject.
Because King Crocoduck says, Donnie, we are talking about energies that can pass through all the water on Earth 50 times. So it seems like KC is claiming then that no matter how much water you truly have on the Earth at that time, it still won't be enough to shield Noah and the Ark Animals from the excess radiation that they are being subjected to. You know what I mean? So it'd be interesting to get some numbers on that and see if that truly is the case.
However, he does bring up hypercanes. Jordan, friend of the channel of the Reasons to Doubt podcast, already did the math for the hypercanes, and Donnie kind of hand waves it, but like, let's appreciate what those numbers were again.
And maybe we can also consider the hypercane model, because we do know, and I know Jordan has criticized this and put some numbers together as well.
All I have to do is fill out these variables and we'll be done. First up, the amount of rainfall. According to the NOAA, that's the government agency that tracks hurricanes, your average hurricane drops 1.5 centimeters of rain per day over its area. The Institute for Creation Research says that hypercanes drop 10 times more rainfall than a hurricane. So let's give our hypercanes 50 times more water than a normal hurricane. A mega hypercane, if you will. Next, the area of the storm. Now, I'm not sure what the area is. Estimates vary, but I can tell you what it definitely was not more than. The entire surface of the Earth. So we are going to go wall-to-wall hypercanes. Finally, the duration of the storm. According to Genesis, there was heavy rain for 40 days, light rain for 150 days, then no rain for the remaining part of the year as things dried out. Now, we could say the heavy rains are hypercanes, but maybe the light rains are hypercanes too. I mean, light is a relative term. But let's just cut straight to the chase. We're going to go year-long hypercanes 24/7, 365. Can't get more than that. So plugging all those numbers in, we get a total heat dissipation from the hypercanes, and it is a lot of heat. Unfortunately, that heat, which is 3.15 times 10 to the 26 joules, only represents 0.02% of the heat that needs to be rejected. We still have 99.98% of the heat remaining. Despite the Earth's year-long mega hypercane bonanza, the thermometer has not budged.
Let's just say my dad was flying for probably about 1 or probably about 6 hours. Literally.
Yeah, I'm afraid this isn't a hand wave kind of situation, Donnie, if your wall-to-wall mega hypercane stronger than anything ICR has put out doesn't get rid of more than 0.02% of the heat. You can't just go, I know Jordan's done some math, but you gotta actually, deal with that.
What makes me laugh about your theistic evolutionists like Joel Duff here, no offense by this, but they actually claim to believe the Bible.
Right, so we're showing that you can have a supernatural event. Okay, I want to see Joel Duff here talk some theology, some soteriology, some eschatology. These theistic evolutionists, they don't have an excuse. They want to use the same arguments that the naturalistic atheists use and the evolutionists and agnostics. I understand where people like King Crocoduck are coming from. They want to see it as a naturalistic explanation. Okay, and that's what we're doing. When it comes to your so-called theists, the Bible says that God initiated the flood. God stopped the flood. God is Lord over the flood. 2 Peter 3 says that this is the thing that scoffers you and I, the creation, the world that had much overflowed a lot of caring.
Donnie brings up the Fission Tracks Radio Halos thing, which again, we did a video on.
I want to see some answers to these challenges from the critics, okay? If they still have a problem with this heat issue.
And then Joel comes back.
I'm interrupting you. I know you're gonna be mad, but I just have to address this. Joel Duff says,
Yeah,
it was a miracle. Why is it so hard? I've already said this for over a year. I said the critics are rejecting the miraculous aspect of the flood. God is Lord over the flood. They are rejecting that.
And then Donnie underscores this by saying, because fission tracks and radio halos wouldn't exist if there was a heat problem, there was no heat problem, so deal with that. Which again, we did.
You can't just disregard the supernatural aspect of heat and radiation removal, because in order to do so, you have to address the radio halos and the fission tracks.
Finally, at long last, George goes off on his tirade about the secular heat problems. Let's listen.
The formation of the inner core. This is a secular paper. The time needed for the formation of the inner core blows out beyond the expected 1 billion year age to at least 10 billion years. That's even longer than the alleged 4.5 billion year age of the entire Earth. Now that's their own calculations that have said that.
Before we touch on this iron core stuff, I think now is as good a time as any to let you know that none of George's challenges are preclusionary in the way the heat problem is. And most of them have answers. In fact, I think all of them have answers. They're just not universally accepted as the single one answer. Usually people are quibbling about the minutia, but I'm sure that comes as no surprise. Let's talk about this first. I found 2 more recent papers on this one as opposed to the one George showed. One in 2019 suggests that the Earth's inner core was young during the Ediacaran just 635 million years ago on the basis of paleomagnetism. This is interesting as a later study in 2021 modeled the inner core formation while taking the asymmetry of the core into account and got a date of around 500 million years, right around the Ediacaran. Both of these papers are compatible with the idea that a metal alloy sinking into the previously liquid core allowed it to solidify, but we don't have any full agreement yet. This is an open question as far as I can tell, but not knowing the details of our inner core formation is not analogous to a miraculous flood that left no trace of itself and enough heat to vaporize the planet a dozen times over.
I spoke a lot about fulgurites, that's fossilized lightning. We only seem to find these fulgurites on the surface layer of the Earth. We don't seem to find any in the preceding layers. I mean, if these things are millions to billions of years old, why aren't we finding fulgurites? Some will say, oh, they eroded. Well, look at the layers. There's very little evidence of erosion that occurred between those layers.
Fulgurites. Okay, so first of all, that lack of erosion between the layers, he just doesn't know what bedding planes are. Neither does Nephilim Free, so I guess that's understandable since Poland and Nephilim Free are very close to the same level. But moreover, fulgurites are not actually uncommon, fossilized lightning that is. In fact, I just went to Google Scholar and put in fulgurite paleoecology and I got numerous different papers right off the bat. We found a lot of these things, and the very first one reported on was from the 60s. So next.
And of course the Tapete Sandstone, and this is a great example of how the evolutionists or the secular community will do anything to prevent creationists from doing research that can support our particular narrative, okay? When AIG applied for a permit to undertake the take samples from the Tapete Sandstone, especially in those 90-degree bends, they were rejected. They had to go to court to get that permit. And anyway, finally they got their permits, they did their tests, and under the secular scenario, those bends were created deep down in the Earth, probably 3-4 kilometers down under heat and pressure and lateral compression to bend them. Well, sorry, but the results so far show that there's no evidence of metamorphosis. There's no crystallization in those layers, which means that heat was not involved. So those layers had to be moist when they were bent and dried in the ensuing years.
I'm going to press X to doubt on there not being metamorphic rock in the Tapete Sandstone because I found a source for that quite easily. But moreover, the Tapete Sandstone is chock full of bends and folds. We find both flexural slip and abundant fractures in the Tapete Sandstone. Which, wait, now how does that happen in a global flood? So actually, my main source for this is the text Grand Canyon Monument to an Ancient Earth by an absolute metric tons worth of geologists. They've got this nice comparison here from page 126 to 127 that compares the Tapete Sandstone, which is what George was just talking about, and which was ostensibly not formed during the global flood, versus small-scale flood deposits, right? So this dewatering and soft sediment deformation in the Nellie Bly Formation west of Tulsa, Oklahoma, this is what we should see in Tapeats if it was formed by a global flood. Note that there's no cracking in between the folds whatsoever, and yet, that's not what we find, is it?
Okay, I mentioned the crust of the Earth with the granite. These are the specific minerals that are there in their respective densities. If it cooled over hundreds of millions of years, then you should expect to see those specific minerals in that particular order.
Bond talks about the concentration of radioactive elements being primarily in the crust, and this is because they readily form compounds that are less dense than their individual parts in the mantle. That's what causes them to kind of sift out into the crust of the planet. That's a bad explanation, but I explained it much more in depth in another video, and I can't really be bothered to look it up since this is my 4th video on like flood models, the heat problem, radioactive decay, and these MOOCs.
I don't know what day it is. I don't know what time it is. I'm a little more than a little jet lagged. I haven't eaten in probably 2 days. I'm just trying to sort of push through, do my work, be very happy. I'm sure tomorrow I'll wake up and go, oh, okay, now I'm gonna do this.
He also talks about the formation of granite, which I've also talked about in another video.
So this is from Japanese spacecrafts, okay? They say this amount of carbon, oh, by the way, the carbon is a volatile, and so is water, and they find these gases and on the moon, and they say this amount of carbon should have been utterly vaporized by the intense temperatures generated in the colossal impact event. But the findings suggest carbon has been there ever since the moon's formation 4.5 billion years ago, meaning the impact theory may need to be considered. Now, those aren't my words. Those are from the paper, from the Japanese paper.
Looked into this one because I'd not heard about it, and yes, it's super interesting. It seems as if they're trying to rethink aspects of the impact theory, not considering throwing it all out entirely, though. Which begs the question, why did George present it that way?
Okay, water comets. You know, the secular explanation, water actually arrived on Earth through comet impacts. When you look at the volume of water and the volume of a comet and equate it to energy and number of impacts, you get something like this. You get 4.2 by 10 to the 24th joules per year. Now, if you equate that to, say, Hiroshima bombs, that's 6.7 by 10 to the 10th power Hiroshima bombs per year for 500 million years.
Yes, impact events release an absolute ton of heat. This is massively problematic when you have 1 year of Noah's flood, but not so much when you have 500 million years during the very early history of Earth, when the planet was sterile. There was no life on the planet at that time. And in fact, it's not the only time that we got bombarded with lots of different meteors and comets and things like that. The late heavy bombardment period would come after that and pepper the Earth with even more craters. But to put it in a little bit of perspective, that number that you just presented is lower than the higher end estimate for the energy released by the top 10 impact events, all of which have to happen within the year of the flood.
The horizontal problem. Why is the CMB so even across the universe?
The horizon problem is solved by cosmic inflation, like one of the really basic principles behind what the Big Bang is and how it operated, and how it continues to operate.
The Earth's magnetic field. This is from ICR, but I've read articles from secular as well. Like the Earth's magnetic field, for example, decays at an exponential decay of 1400 years as its half-life. Now, if you actually go back, say 6,000 years, that's 20 times stronger. But if you go 50,000 years ago, the magnetic field would have been 56 billion times stronger. That's about equivalent to a neutron star. Everything would have been cooked and vaporized in that. They won't address those, right? They won't address those.
So, like, this one really kills me, and that source has to be 1 million years old, because this is a really stupid argument that most young Earth creationists don't tend to use anymore, for a very simple reason. One, the magnetic field doesn't decay exponentially in one direction, right? It flips. Magnetic field reversals are seen all throughout Earth's history. You can clock this by looking at things like iron banding, if memory serves. I'll put a picture here so you can see what I mean. But moreover, young Earth creationists invoke magnetic field reversals themselves. They just think it happened rapidly over and over again during the year of the flood. It's like you're arguing with your own guys here.
So hopefully I've presented enough I guess bullets. I've fired enough bullets at them to say, okay, explain yourselves with those particular heat problems of your own. They won't do it. I've never seen anyone address those.
Then you're lazy, George, because it took me like less than 10 minutes per situation you propose, per issue you pose. And like, I'm not an expert in any of these fields, so you're either being lazy or, I don't know, maybe you don't understand what it is you're reading, but like, the solutions to the majority of those problems are out there and easily accessible. Some of them are open questions, like the amount of volatile carbon on the moon. There are ideas. Some people are proposing that the Theia impact event wasn't as intense as previously modeled, and like, that model can work to explain the carbon present. But again, as I mentioned at the beginning, open questions are allowed in science. That's kind of the point of it, no?
So you've seen how the secular camp have multiple heat problems that they ignore or hand wave away, but it's the creationists who have a heat problem. How amazing is that, eh?
Yes, it is the creationists who have a heat problem. Every single one of those issues that you mentioned, even if all of them were currently not even a little bit solved, where scientists have absolutely no idea, none of them are preclusionary data that breaks physics. This is the most important part of the whole heat problem thing that you guys don't seem to be getting. The nature of the problem is that it cannot have a solution by its very nature. Let's look again at the issues that George posed, right? He talked about the inner core, which has a potential solution that's still in the works, but the current one seems to model well with all of our other variables. We have the fulgurites. That was nonsense. Fulgurites that are fossilized lightning are found all the time. Then he talked about the Tapete sandstone. That was also nonsense, as we showed that it's best explained by conventionally scientific processes because the flood cannot form the bends and cracks that are present in the Tapete sandstone. We talked about the radioactive elements in the crust as well as the granite in another video. The Theia formation with the volatile carbon was an open question. That's the only truly open question listed here. The water comets were not problematic. He posed that the amount of energy they released in bombarding the planet was an issue, but it isn't. In fact, significantly less of a problem than just the top 10 impact events that in the young Earth creationist model have to happen in a single year of the flood since they're in the geologic column. The horizon problem had a solution he didn't know about. The magnetic field isn't an issue in the conventionally scientific worldview, nor do creationists consider an issue because they just invoke that it flip-flops rapidly during the flood. So like, which of these is even remotely equivalent to the heat problem? A physics-breaking, world-vaporizing issue that makes young Earth creationism impossible. Riddle me that. So I guess they start to tire themselves out and transition into the sort of wrap-up final challenges. Donnie brings up the fission tracks and the radio halos, which again, we already covered. And then he wants George to kind of re-explain the cold slab situation. So we'll let him do that. But first he has this to say.
You reiterate for anybody just joining us, because I don't want the gutsy gibbons of the world. Credit where credit is due. Erica did do a pretty good job editing her latest video. You know, gave me a couple good laughs. I'm pretty easygoing, so I'm not bothered by little jabs, right? They kind of crack me up, actually. She likes to call me Donnie Deals, and you know, that kind of makes me smile. I don't mind it.
Very wholesome, Donnie. I'm okay with that. I think this would mean more to me if it weren't in the context of your normally erratic behavior. Like, yeah, that's a really nice thing for you to say now. What horribly mean thing will you say to someone tomorrow? Or on an evening where you're pissed off and want to rage at the internet ether?
If they read that, they'll find out that there's a number of assumptions, speculation, and conjecture that goes along with that. And notwithstanding all that, Donnie, they actually modelled up to 100 kilometres depth. And as I said earlier, these subduction coal slabs that we spoke about are 700 kilometres down into the mantle. So, in short, that's pretty much it, but...
So, like, he hasn't really said anything different since the first time in this video that he brought it up, but to remind everybody out there, geology doesn't have an issue with cold slabs, and they simply use the thermal diffusivity of rock in a set of pretty standard equations to get an estimate of how long it should take for these things to reach equilibrium with the surrounding mantle, and what we see is in line with that, as expected. So, that's it. That's the end of the video. They say their goodbyes and, you know, scatter off to go do whatever it is that Bond and Donnie do during the day. The horror. Now, like, this has been a pretty exhausting video for me, as have the previous 3 videos that kind of covered the same general topics to this one. But I felt, as I said at the beginning, that this was worth making to really square away what the issue here is. And just to really underline it and make it easy for everybody to understand, the heat problem is a preclusion to young Earth creationism, as is the radiation problem. At present, according to Donnie and Bond and McQueen here, they don't have a solution, and neither do any of the pros. So for this reason, I think it's safe to say that the idea of young Earth creationism right now as it stands is presently impossible. Anyways, you guys, I think hopefully this is going to be the last video on these guys for a while. I don't really suspect they're going to have anything to say in response other than like, we're working on it, and real science has problems that they're working on too.
An insufficient response.
Again, there's a difference between preclusionary problems and like open questions. But it's gonna be nice to have a little break. We've got some cool ideas in the works for sort of after the holidays, and I'm really ready to really go nose to the grindstone on all of that. My semester's gonna feel a little bit easier next go around, so I'm excited. My class load is lower, and really I'm going to be focusing on squaring away my sort of hypotheses for my dissertation in the channel. So look forward to it. And so, my gentle and of course very modern apes, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. If you like what I do here and want to support me in other ways, you can do so at my Patreon, which can be found in the description. Anything counts and all of it helps. So thank you very much, you guys, and I hope that you do take care of yourselves.
When I say
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar. Today we're going down a darker rabbit hole once again. Now, 5 years ago I made a video where I talked about Elsagate, a scenario that, quite honestly, should kind of scare you, alright? It's content that was designed necessarily to basically just destroy the minds of children, if you will. It was absolutely stupid content that used family-friendly characters and put them in some of the most insane-looking scenarios, some of the most unfamily-friendly situations too. It was content designed to keep kids engaged at the cost of their brain cells. To give you a quick example of what kind of content we're talking about, one of the best examples is looking at content from 5 years ago. Now this is simple fun. This is Mickey Mouse, Hamil Problem versus Doctor, full episodes, alright? Now this is a video that's got 24 million views and it was uploaded 5 years ago. Now, ladies and gentlemen,
how have I never heard about this before?
Minnie Mouse going on. Now, of course, to understand, I'm surprised Disney, alright, hasn't issued their lawyers to go after this, but hey, you know, the world's a wild oyster. Now, this content isn't anything too terribly special. For instance, Mickey sometimes throws in some M&Ms, gets whatever the kid mouse is called, alright, I'm not a huge Disney lore expert, and of course you think, wow, M&Ms are real fun. But what happens? There's some poo-poo, and then there's some poo made out here. God darn! And of course, what happens is you've got Mickey Mouse and his kid playing with some poo. All right, that's a lot of poo, by the way, for somebody of that size. Jesus Christ! Now you might look at this and be like, "Wow, that's pretty innocent," and you're actually all right compared to the other stuff. It was very, very innocent. Look, we're talking about eras where Spider-Man, Elsa, a lot of these characters were brought in, and they were doing some wild stuff with them. Okay, playing with needles, all right, you know, injecting them with God knows what, and, you know, throwing piss and poo around like it was no tomorrow. All right, we're talking water sports like no one has ever seen. So of course, you know, YouTube decided to crack down on this at some point and actually decided to say, listen, this is not okay. Now, YouTube updated its policy changes and said, listen, it doesn't want to outright ban the use of family-friendly characters by creators who aren't the original copyright holders across YouTube, because YouTube knows that a lot of family-friendly stuff works real well in the algorithm. A lot of family-friendly channels will use characters like Huggy Wuggy, Peppa Pig, all right, whatever you want to call it. Now, YouTube will crack down if you're using Peppa Pig and making it run like a drug empire, if you will, too. Okay, that's not family-friendly. Now, YouTube's policies are super weird, especially in regards to monetizations. Now, as you all heard recently from your favorite creators, you can't say the bad words anymore. Bad words are bad, okay? You can't use that naughty language. You can't talk about naughty things, otherwise YouTube might not think it's really nice. Now, of course, I always thought there was
I have to go through my through fucking ruins now.
like that's the situation. So I wanted to go down and look.
I fled from ruins.
And unfortunately, it seems like it is. This is a channel that
I mean, I have my gun now, so it should be kind of easy.
Completely on. So, for instance, they use real family-friendly, well-known characters for kids, like the cop from Hello Neighbor, but of course intertwined with situations like throwing Paw Patrol into the rectum of the earth and having Paw Patrol poops and falling into them. And then you've got situations where the scary teacher does a little bit of that spanky wanky. And of course, the content isn't anything special.
Me food.
getting mad because the Colgate is hot sauce, and now she's gonna go chase after these kids and give them the spank. You don't want to mess around with Scary Teacher, dude. She's scary, man. She was bad enough in 2D, now she's scary in 3 dimensions. Of course, later on, one of the content pieces that I found really interesting was Kissy Show, okay? Now, for those of you who don't know, Poppy's Playtime, all right, really popular with the kids. It's a horror game designed literally for children, all right, 100%. I don't even want to dispute that. And of course, the two mascot characters, Huggy Wuggy and Kissy Missy, are the two characters that kids probably associate with the most, all right? Now, this person's got about 1 million subscribers, and they've been active since like a day ago. 4 days ago. In 4K, by the way, too, no less. So, of course, Kissy Show is from the United States, all right? Hello, dear friends. This is our official channel. We are big fans of Huggy Wuggy and Kissy Missy. We make many different funny and useful... Oh, you can't be using the word useful, man. That's offensive. Kissy Show and all of its videos are not directed to children and are created with PG-13 plus elements. Which is a lie, ladies and gentlemen. And you don't know why this is a blatant lie? Because we're going to watch 30 seconds of this content, and we're going to get our entire scenario out of it, okay? So, of course, one of the thumbnails here, you can see that you've got Kissy Missy dressed a little bit scantily clad. Sometimes she's showing a lot of cake, all right? She's wearing a thong in some cases, straight up. Yoga pants, super tight yoga pants. Again, obviously it's designed for the adult material, but not totally for kids who are like, God damn, maybe I should click on this Dairy Queen factory. Sometimes you got scenarios where Huggy Wuggy is squatting over a piece of French toast, and there's some pieces of poo flying out. Okay, there's a lot of shit play involved with these situations. As disgusting as it sounds, let's watch it. Give it an open mind. Maybe we might laugh. All right, it says try not to laugh challenge. All right, let's go into it. And of course, trust me, it's all advertised, okay? In fact, not only is it advertised, but they got this crappy website, leg.com, but apparently they're pimping out the kids. Don't click on these. Don't bother going there. Stop. Here it is. He's calling numbers on his phone. Cool. All right, Huggy Wuggy. So far, it's pretty okay. All right, you've got some music going over here that I have to block off. She's playing around. She's doing push-ups. Okay, this is family friendly. She's washing the clothing. Awesome. I just realized. Imagine living all the way out there, and then you look out your window, and it's just Huggy Wuggy. Oh, that's wild, dude. God damn. Alright, so here we've got her chasing him down. Oh, wait, what is this? Wait a minute. Oh, let me get a close idea. Maybe we can do some fucking pattern analysis and figure out what's going on here. Oh, this is in Arabia, boys. This is not in the US of A. I can see where this comedy is originating. Okay, so she's drinking the Coke. Her stomach is aching. All right, she's walking towards the subscribe button, squatting over. Okay, very suggestively, might I add. What would she do to that old subscribe button? Okay, what do you think's gonna happen? How are they gonna get you to subscribe? Well, ladies and gentlemen, they're gonna piss on it. Dude, the amount of water sports that go into it is literally disgusting. And of course, you know, if you're a child, all right, and you come across this kind of content, all right, again, if you're a parent and you let your kid just sit around with an iPad, maybe try to parent your kid, because otherwise they're going to be watching content where their favorite, like, family-friendly characters are literally, like, pipelining them into piss play at this point. It's disgusting. Like, not only is it disgusting, I don't want to be, like, morally outraged by this, because forget that for a second. This is just mind-numbingly stupid content. Now, if you thought the Kissy Show, for instance, was something that maybe flew under the radar, this was founded for June 2022, and it currently has 1.2 billion something views. Again, I don't know if it's totally legitimate, but, God! I have not had that many views on my channel. I've been doing this for years, okay? So yeah, this is absolutely blown up, all right? Kids eat this up like it's candy, all right? Crying out loud. Now, I wanted to give a shout out to some of the dumbest pieces of content that I've ever actually seen, period. This is a 50-second piece of content. I'm not even gonna, like, talk about the channel name. If you ever remember the Incredibles meme, you know, remember the one where the guy's, like, super depressed? Like, if only you knew how bad things really were. That meme. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the best part about that scenario was, like, that meme was so overdone on this channel. Basically, the content that you're about to see over here is to take images of like characters on the right. Like here's Dwayne The Rock Johnson. I'm gonna put a blur on him now because this sometimes gets replaced with some of the most disgusting shock imagery imaginable. And on the left, you've got just random images of like facial like contortions, and that's it. That's all the content that it is. That's all it is. It's just random music, and that's all it comes down to. That's literally the entire thing. You know, people are like, man, do I have to put any actual effort into YouTube? No, you don't. Because this is the kind of stuff that does well. This succeeds. Everyone, let's appreciate how we always put in so much effort to produce some of the worst content. Oh, man, I love you. Now, where things really change, ladies and gentlemen, is some of the most disgusting content we're actually seeing from channels like this. So, this is one from a channel known as Vector Play, okay? Now, Vector Play's channel has uploaded some of the most disgusting period. So, of course, in a period of just a month ago, now, this channel doesn't get a lot of views, so, of course, people are just kind of, like, making fools of themselves by uploading this content in the first place. Now, this is Realistic Minecraft. Realistic Minecraft, for those of you who don't know, I found this because I was looking for Minecraft mods to make my game look really pretty. So effectively, this content is effectively just having your hands in a green screen and just moving it around and role-playing scenarios. Now, generally, it can be somewhat harmless, but this is the side of YouTube Elsagate resurgence, where the content that you're seeing is actually quite disturbing, right? It's definitely not what I would say is kid-friendly. Now, of course, in a lot of cases, you have a bloody knife, all right, and then you've got a character from The Incredibles that's preggers. What's about to happen here, ladies and gentlemen? Well, hopefully something halal is what I'll say. Now, even if you look into Vector Play, okay, this is the best channel for children in Minecraft videos. My video is special for children with disabilities, all right? So,
Oh
that's what they're
god.
making. No! So, of course, one of the role plays that we're going to be seeing over here, ladies and gentlemen, is Realistic Minecraft Huggy Wuggy, okay? Now, obviously, it's a video directed for children, which is why I'm wondering why, after cooking an egg towards the end of this, the dude has a Glock ready to just hunt down in the forest, okay? Maybe looking for Huggy Wuggy, I don't know. But, of course, to understand, he's currently role-playing a doctor. He's got the blue latex gloves on. Now, of course, it appears that this video takes place in Florida with the naked man walking around outside. But effectively, what he's going to be doing is checking for pregnancy tests.
Guy. Come in.
So this lady is about to get a pregnancy test done, okay? All right. Now, how is a pregnancy test going to get handled? Well, she's going to need to be using some piss.
I think I'm pregnant.
Okay.
Pregnant? Yes. Okay. We must make a test. Okay. Can you please let water in this bucket?
Oh no!
Okay, no problem. And
is
then
it water?
we can find out if you're pregnant.
Okay.
Here's the toilet.
That's not water.
God.
Good. Okay. Yes. Hey, you're finished? Yes. Okay. Nice. Give me the bucket. And I make a test. Whoa.
Here we got a bucket of piss. That is the most yellow looking piss I've ever seen. That is the most viscous looking piss I've ever seen too.
No.
I'm doing more Dr. O. This is the last of these kind of videos that he has. Might as well, whatever.
Oh, hello there.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Professor O here.
It's Dr. O. Pay attention.
Professor of Objects.
Considering these videos are supposedly about arguments for the existence of God, not arguments for the existence of objects, I feel like getting a professor of arguments for God would have been better. What relevance does you being a professor of objects have to this issue? You seem to be presenting it as some sort of relevant credential.
You know, I was getting ready to talk to you again in our final chat here about...
Final chat. Thank God.
Some more arguments for the existence of God, but I gotta admit, I'm pretty dizzy about
But then I remember that's all bullshit. Oh.
That's why you give such discombobulated arguments for God.
I just got an email from a Discipletown kid.
I have no idea what that means.
That's right.
Yes.
I don't know how he got my email.
What do you mean? You have an email form on your website. Why are you confused about this?
But he just emailed, and I just read it here on my iPhone, and it says here, Professor O, I don't believe that you exist.
Oh, it's a fake email for the video. Never mind. In that case, I'm more confused why you're specifying it's a Disciple Town kid. Is that a thing people know? Does that mean something to the general public?
Doubting kid. Doubting kid? I wonder who that could be.
Gee, I wonder, Carl.
Is it you? Is it you?
Can we just get on with it, please?
I guess before I go on and give you a couple more arguments for the existence of God, I guess I need to prove that I'm real. I mean, come to think of it, I mean, how do you know that I'm real?
You being the fictional YouTube character Professor O, you're not.
I mean, I got my Yoda puppet back here, and you know, he looked pretty real in the Star Wars movies, and he was just CGI.
God.
That stands for computer-generated imagery.
Wait. Are you telling me that human beings portray characters in media that don't actually exist? I'm sorry, that's kind of a stretch, Mr. Conspiracy Theorist.
And, you know, he wasn't real, and he sure looked real, so how do you know I'm not a computer-generated image?
Because nobody would waste their time making this.
Oh boy, how do I prove to you that I'm real?
I genuinely do not care if you're real. It's of no consequence whatsoever. You could be a puppet with a hand up your ass. I really do not care.
I mean, I am real. I'm telling you. I'm real, I am. I promise you. Please, just believe me.
And taking that for the thumbnail?
I know. I'll just apply the same arguments for the existence of God to the existence of Professor O.
The arguments you've presented so far, you mean? So you're going to apply the Kalam cosmological argument about the nature of the universe, a teleological God of the Gaps argument about the supposed inexplicability of the appearance of design in the world, and an argument about how the existence of human behavior somehow requires there to be a supernatural being exhibiting behaviors that humans approve of to dictate to humans what behaviors they should approve of. You're going to apply these to yourself, despite the fact that in no way do these apply to you. This should go great.
All right, the first one we did was the cosmological argument, and that was the argument of first cause. And you're watching a video, right? And something had to cause that video. I mean, it didn't just appear.
Yes, I agree that something needed to cause the video. Considering that it's a YouTube video, I don't consider it very likely that this video always existed or originated without a cause. It seems to me that videos are made by humans, and all of the evidence appears to point to videos being created by humans. The situation obviously is extremely different with universes, but go on.
I mean, I had to set up lights, and I had to set up a camera and a tripod, and I had to run a wire. See, look, there's a wire here with a microphone, and I had to get props. I had to cause this video to happen.
Again, I'm inclined to believe you because of my understanding of what videos are, where they come from, how they're generally produced, the level of effort that would go into faking a video like this with CGI versus it just being some random guy on a webcam. I have a lot of understanding about videos and the nature of videos and the origin of videos. And as such, I can make a pretty confident, educated guess as to what this video is, where it came from. Could I be wrong? Yeah, of course. I just don't think it's that likely based on what I know about videos. I don't have that with universes. At this point, nobody does. Not to the extent we would need to be able to make the assertions that are implicit to the Kalam cosmological argument. Your video and the universe are not the same thing.
So that proves, well, it's one proof that I exist because I had to cause this video to happen.
So your argument against the claim that you're a CGI character is that you're not a CGI character, you set up lights and wires and the camera, and therefore you're real. Well, that sounds like exactly what someone controlling a CGI character would have that character say if they didn't want people to think it was a CGI character. See, your argument doesn't really address the point. It basically amounts to nuh-uh. You mentioned Yoda. Would this argument work for Yoda? Yoda's in Star Wars Episode 2, where he flips and jumps around the room. And Star Wars had to have cameras set up, and microphones, and wires, and there had to be a cause for all of that. There had to be a cause for Star Wars Episode 2, and that cause was Yoda. So that's proof that Yoda is real.
And so, just like there's a God because there had to be a first cause to everything that happened, I'm the cause of this video.
So your argument for both God and yourself is that there had to be a cause, and therefore that cause is the cause you claim it is, and no other. Dude, that sucks.
And so that's one way of proving that I exist. So just like God had to have a first cause.
Did you just say God had a first cause? And take a breath, maybe do a take two, maybe write a script. You're not doing yourself any favors with this breathless, off-the-cuff rambling.
This video had to have a cause, and I'm the cause of this video.
Yeah, I figure you probably are. Do you feel good about that?
All right, then next we talked about the teleological argument for God. And that was that everything has to have a design. And if there's a design, there's a designer. And in this video you're watching, it has a design. I mean, it's been planned out.
Wow, you have done a very good job hiding that fact. It doesn't seem like you have a clue what you're planning to do from one moment to the next.
You know, I had to pick where I was going to put it, what I was going to put in it, decide what props I was going to use, what Bible verses I was going to read. And so the design of the video you're watching, it also suggests that I'm real because, you know, there was a designer behind the video, and I'm the designer of that video.
Right, so somebody's suspicious that you might be a CGI character created by somebody else, and your response is, no, see, there was a designer of the video, and therefore that was me. If there was a designer, that means I'm the designer. I'm the only option. You know, the argument you're putting forth isn't even about whether there's a designer of the video. Everybody agrees that there's a designer of the video. The situation with the teleological argument for the existence of God is very, very different because the fundamental disagreement is over whether perceived design actually is willful design. And so many of the examples brought up to support this idea that it has to be willful design keep getting shown to be natural. What you're presenting is an argument over who the designer of the video was. Was it you, or was it someone who created you and everything else in the video in CGI? And with regard to the God argument, we're not anywhere near that yet. We're not arguing over which God it was. We're talking about whether this God of the Gaps argument really establishes that it was a God, any God, in the first place. But your argument for why the designer had to be you specifically is so bad. It's just, I designed it because I said so. Look, I agree that somebody designed the video. Roughly speaking, I mean, you're clearly winging it a lot of the time. And I agree that the person responsible for it is most likely you. And yet I reject your argument for why it's you entirely.
So just as God is the designer of the great design of this world, I'm the designer of the video you're watching. And so that's another evidence that I'm real.
Oh, right. It was also supposed to be an argument that you exist at all. I forgot about that while I was trying to process the sheer magnitude of fail in the argument. I agree that your video is evidence that you exist. Of course, it can't prove it with absolute certainty, but I would be damn surprised if it's not true. If any of these arguments for God presented as good of evidence for God as this video does for you, I would be far less skeptical. But again, the reasons why I consider this video to be evidence of your existence really have nothing to do with your argument that, look, I set up a camera and a wire and planned it. I'm glad we're feeling the same way about this.
Mr. Ant, can you believe that some kid doesn't believe that I exist? That is just wrong. Oh, wrong, right. That's it. That was the moral argument for God.
Do not start telling me that it's immoral to not believe you exist.
See, we believe that God exists because he's placed within all of us this innate sense of what is right and what is wrong.
That's not the reason you believe God exists, Carl. You've already basically told me as much in another video, and you're gonna tell me again soon in this one.
And it's just wrong for you to not believe that I'm real, Mr. Doubting Kid. And so that means that I'm real because you guys know it's just wrong that I'm not real.
I can't believe it. You actually did it. Did you forget what the moral argument even is? What are you doing?
And it's just wrong for some kid to think that. And that innate sense means that I must be real. Okay, that one's kind of a stretch.
You think? Hey kid, you have an innate sense that it's immoral to not believe Dr. O is a real person. Where's the stretch? That seems perfectly well reasoned. There's almost nothing for me to debunk in these videos, is there? F for effort and planning, Dr. O.
But let me give you another one, and it's the written word example. See, this video actually comes with a curriculum that I've written, and your teachers are using that curriculum.
What You expect this to be shown in classrooms. You expect the teachers to do lessons about it with a curriculum. I'm aware that some teachers exist who are that stupid, but man, I hope that's never happened.
And in that curriculum, it has my name. Now, all right, let me just tell you something. I call myself Professor O, but that's not my real name.
What? No, that's not possible. I thought Dr. O was real.
And actually, you probably noticed on my lab coat, it says the kidologist.
I did not, because your camera quality is terrible.
That's another name that I use. But my real name is Carl Bastian. And in that curriculum, it says it's written by Carl Bastian.
Yeah, and on my video, it says made by Logic. I'm a 6,000-year-old, 100% reptoid, 100% demon, 100% human. I too have a camera and a wire and a half-assed plan.
And it actually says where to play the video, and it says that it's written by Carl Bastian. It says that Carl Bastian's the guy in the video. So that is written proof that I am who that I say that I am.
Well, so it's no longer about whether you exist, it's about whether you are who you say you are. And you say that because the name Carl Bastian is on your curriculum, that's proof that you are who you say you are. What if you just wrote a fake name on it? If your identity comes into serious question, that's not going to settle the issue for you.
And so if you go look at that curriculum after Kids Church, you can ask your teachers to show you, and that is further proof.
Further proof? No, that was supposed to be the first piece of evidence that you are who you say you are. This is a new claim you're making, that your identity is what you say your identity is. Previously, you were arguing that you're not CGI. This is not further proof with regard to that claim. This is, at best, some degree of evidence with regard to a totally separate claim. I really wish you'd written the script, because honestly, keeping your weird, incoherent train of thought straight in my head is actually kind of challenging at times. Poor kids being subjected to this must be going cross-eyed.
You know, and that reminds me of another evidence for God, and it's the written proof or the biblical argument.
Oh no. So that was leading up to the Bible says God wrote the Bible, and therefore God's real. Is that where we're going?
Because you see, the Bible has been around for a lot longer than the curriculum that I'm the author of. It's been around for thousands of years.
And what does that have to do with who its author is? Or whether its author is who he says he is or exists at all? You see, you're just all over the place.
And it has been proven to be reliable. There are archaeological
yes, very reliable. It's reliably bullshit 100% of the time.
Okay, so archaeology validated some historical claims of the Bible, not the supernatural ones.
Actually, it's not true.
The other ones, like
some things in the Bible are correct.
Some things are validated archaeologically, and therefore, what? God's name is on the Bible, and therefore he is who he says he is? Is this meant to have anything to do with that he is who he says he is stuff, or is this something completely new now? Because you set it up like it was related.
There are prophecies that came true. A prophecy is something that is said that will happen, and then it does come true.
We're getting further and further away from what I thought we were going to be talking about here, based on what you said. Should I just let you finish, and hopefully by then you've settled on some actual point you want to make?
I happen to have a really old copy of the Bible. Look at this thing.
Never mind, I guess you just want an excuse to show off your toys, or in this case, your books. Even coming off your other videos, I almost can't believe how meandering and pointless this thing is.
This is old. This Bible is so old that the leather overlaps the side, something you don't see anymore, and when you open it very carefully to see what year it is, the numbers are not even...
I have a Bible that is 300 years old, I think. And wait, what does his look like?
It's a really old copy of the Bible.
Wait, his Bible did not look as fucked up as mine.
Sudden lesson on Roman numerals is probably the most education in
This thing is probably not even half as old as mine. Mine is 300 or 400 years old. Like, that thing is really, really old.
It's a very reliable,
and no, I've never read it.
In fact, it is the most reliable ancient manuscript that is in existence in the world.
I sincerely have no idea what that means. Without you being more specific about what you
I've read the first 2 pages.
As it is, I don't even understand specifically what the claim is.
And no, that Bible isn't worth anything. Maybe, I don't know, like 20 bucks or something like that. It's a really... I think back then it was a really common print So they are still around, like even like those old ones are still around. So it's not worth a whole lot. Maybe it's $200, I don't know, but it's not a lot.
Argument. That's like saying King's Cross Station is real, therefore Harry Potter ran through the wall at platform 9 3/4.
And that's another reason that we believe that there is a God, and that God is who he says he is, and that he is the God of the Bible, and that Jesus is real.
Because it says it in the book. There's a book of myths from a culture, and it happens to include things from the real world that that culture would have been familiar with, and therefore the mythological stories of that culture are all real. Is that really how you want me to approach?
Wait, I just realized the Phantasy Star story, at least the story in this game, is kind of like Dead Space.
But I guess that'd be the wrong way to do
Dark
it.
Falls is basically the marker. Holy shit, I just realized that.
Those are dumb. Those are other
Like, not only is it calling the people to it and making them crazy and basically absorbing them, not only that, but do you remember Forest of Sorrow? In Forest of Sorrow, they tell you, like in the quest, that the animals are rapidly evolving due to some shenanigans. That's also why the enemies look different on Ultimate, I think.
Mythological stories, and therefore I should believe these stories are true. I'm not seeing the connection. These are two completely different
Oh god.
What do they even have
I never realized that.
The only similarity there is
Or I never thought about that.
And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to treat hundreds of pages of wildly improbable claims about the nature of reality as equivalent in believability to some random guy telling me what his name is.
But you know what? I really can't prove to you through this video that I'm real. I really could be an amazing CGI. There's really only one way that you can ever absolutely know for sure that I'm real. And do you know what that is?
Debunk epistemological solipsism?
You would have to meet me in person.
Oh, and that would establish absolute certainty? How? Sure, it would make me pretty confident. Not much more confident than I already am, but somewhat more. But absolute certainty? Now, what an odd standard to have.
And some people have done that. They've come to a conference and met me, or kids have seen me do a magic show.
Oh god. Oh no.
In person,
Oh.
me personally,
Stop.
who have actually met me and been in the same room with me. They know I'm real.
Yeah, assuming you're
Wait, they're killing her?
they believe you're real, then yeah.
What the fuck? They just killed her.
Actually meet you, and they just sort of had a feeling that you were in their heart. Or maybe their parents told them when they were kids that it's morally wrong not to believe Carl Bastion exists. And so they went, oh, okay, fine. I guess he exists then. I don't want to be a bad person. And frankly, they're lacking any serious justification to believe you exist. And whatever they see as indicators that you do exist are nowhere near as strong as they would be if they met you in person. But of course, it's still not that unreasonable for someone to think you exist, because the claims about you are really not that extraordinary. It's still not well justified, but it's still not that far out there. Now imagine if they said you were 12 feet tall and could shapeshift into a sea turtle and shoot lasers from your ears. How ridiculous would it be at that point to say that you know that person exists because of a feeling in your heart, or because of the way this belief has affected your life? It's funny that you try to equate that kind of reason for believing somebody exists with going and shaking their hand in person. You're pretending they're the same when they're clearly not the same. And the only people who can't see that are genuine idiots and the children that you're aiming this at. Yeah, Carl, you can probably trick a child with verbal arguments. Good for you.
And you know, they don't have a cosmological argument for the existence of Carl, or a teleological, you know, or a moral argument, because that one was pretty weak.
Yeah, no shit. And they also don't need a book about Carl. They also don't need to go to church and build up their belief in Carl. They don't need childhood indoctrination into Carlism. They don't need promises of heaven and threats of hell to convince them to believe in Carl. They don't need faith. They don't need feelings. They don't need prayers or pastors or lessons demonizing doubt, because they have seriously good evidence. And that's all they need, because that's all the truth ever needs.
They know I'm real because they know me. And you know what? They don't have any doubt that I am real. And you know what? It's the same way with God.
Is it? Because it's pretty damn rare to hear someone say that they don't believe other humans exist. But it's pretty damn common to hear Christians talking about their doubts. But regardless of whether they feel doubt or not, reality is not subject to your feelings. If you feel a feeling so strongly that you feel absolutely certain about the truth of some claim, that doesn't make it true. It means you have a feeling, and that feeling applies to many, many more things that people believe than just your God.
You know, there you can try to use the cosmological argument, or the teleological, or the moral, or the biblical. There's ontological, and there's lots of other arguments. But the only
they're all bullshit.
argument
All
that will
bullshit.
convince someone that God is real is the personal argument, and that is meeting God in person.
Right, so as you say, all the arguments that you made this video about are completely pointless. They're not going to convince someone God exists. You told me that before as well. And you told me again now. You say they're not why you're convinced. They're not why other people should be convinced, and they're not going to convince other people. As you said in one of the other videos, the only reason why you bring these up at all is to grudgingly fulfill what you see as your obligation under 1 Peter 3:15 to be willing to give some kind of a reason for the hope that you have, even when it's not your reason, even when saying that it's your reason is a lie. It's just a way to waste time, to beat around the bush, to pretend like your reason isn't just you feel like it's true. Every second of these videos you've made is a pointless waste, dishonest and empty. I haven't treated any of it very seriously. I've barely bothered to debunk most of what you've said. But considering the true nature of what it actually is, I feel like I've treated it far more seriously than it deserves.
You know, he answers prayers, he does miracles in your life, he shows himself to you in ways that are very personal to you and unique to every single person.
He answers prayers and does miracles. So if you're primed to see things that go well in your life as being caused by God, then you'll see them as being caused by God. Wow, impressive. You saw what you wanted to see. And this is the proof that God is actually there, is it? This is how you'll know for sure that God exists when you have a personal relationship with him. Imagine if it wasn't God. Imagine if it was you, Carl. Oh no, the Wi-Fi connection on my smart TV cut out. Please, Carl, help me restore the Wi-Fi connection on my TV. 5 minutes later, the Wi-Fi comes back. Oh good, I guess Carl fixed it. Thanks, Carl. Or the Wi-Fi doesn't come back. Well, I guess Carl's answer was not right now. He thinks not having Wi-Fi right now will make me a stronger person.
I don't believe that God is real because of any of these arguments that I've shared with you.
Yeah, I know. You don't even believe based on any sort of pseudo-rational justification. You're not even up to that level. You just believe because you feel it, which is the reason about the most likely to make you wrong about anything.
I believe God is real because of the personal experience he's made in my life, because he's changed my life.
I like to believe in God. My life is nice because I believe in God. Therefore, God real. What's your testimony, Carl? Did you used to drink on the weekends? Did you do wrong use of sex? Nah, you probably just spent 30% more on toys and now you've cut back a bit.
You see, when someone becomes a Christian, they become a brand new person. And that is the best argument for the existence of God, because he changes
Oh yes,
the
they
lives
do.
of people.
They become insufferable pieces of work.
It's the entire point of the religion.
They're really extreme about it.
Go talk to a Muslim sometime.
And that's when they finally know that God is real. So you can use these arguments for the existence of God, but the only way you'll ever really know that God is real is when you finally accept him and experience him, because then he changes you.
Do you have any details I can latch onto with that, or are you just going to keep it that vague? Well, we're at the outro, so audience, you be the judge. These are the kind of videos that prompt a lot of nuh-uh type responses from me, but there's just not a lot of meat on these bones. Carl's videos themselves are kind of funny, but they're also kind of hollow. They're dumbed down to the level he thinks kids operate at, which is pretty low.
Well, I'm going to email this kid back so I can get in touch with him and shake his hand so he can know without a shadow of a doubt that I am real. And I hope that if you haven't already, you'll get to know Jesus so that you can know that he is real.
Jesus!
Cosmological, teleological, ontological, biblical, moral, or any other argument, because you will know that God is real.
Yeah, well, that's the last of the Dr. O sitting around in his lab coat videos. And unfortunately, if these are ever shown to kids, probably a good number of those kids will think this guy knows what he's talking about because they just don't know how to evaluate ridiculous statements like this. But fortunately, these videos have very few views, as you might expect. I mean, even people who teach kids in church are probably not going to show them this. It's a little bit too shoddy, I think. Although maybe I'm a little bit optimistic. Thanks for watching, and if you would, please give the video a like and click subscribe if you haven't. Huge thanks to all of my supporters. For early access, sign up to the email list at list.logic.com, and I'll see you next time. We have an emergency. Christ Righteous's book, A Conscious Universe, and Christ Righteous's fraction of a book, the re-release of God Is, have not been released. They were supposed to be released on American Thanksgiving. They were not. I don't think they were briefly released and then taken down either, because I've been obsessively refreshing Lulu for days. This was my most anticipated book since I learned to read when I was 27 years old, and I am absolutely crushed by this delay, and I hope it's just a delay. Now, I know that when Armando put out videos announcing that he was going to be releasing these books, I put out a video in response to those videos in celebration, and I truly hope he didn't take that the wrong way. I hope that I didn't discourage him, because I sincerely don't think that he understands just how much I'm looking forward to this book. I've been ill, and I think that waiting for this book has very likely prolonged my illness or possibly even caused it. I think that my very cells are rebelling against the absence of this glorious work, and I don't know what to do about it. I feel like if I don't address this problem, I could very easily end up wasting away and dying. And so I think that the only option left to me is to look at this video that I found,
Wait.
which was recently posted.
Did my raw Folia upgrade really just add 2 DPS or 2 damage?
If I do this, it may just buy me enough time to survive.
Pretty sure I had 1 before, I have 3 now.
Hoping this is just a delay.
And I'm pretty sure I dealt 101 before, and now I'm dealing 1-3 against claws. Oh, that means it just gave me 1 damage.
Or maybe the proofreading's finished, but it's taking him some time to fix it because whenever he sits down in front of the LED,
I really don't understand how magic damage works.
and so he has to take it a few words at a time. It's possible. I'm almost considering converting to Christianity just so I can pray to God that that is what's happening. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead with this attempt at a therapeutic Armando debunk, and please send good thoughts while there's still time.
Here's an awesome fact.
Oh, cool. I bet it's not.
Atheists believe in God.
Yeah, see, told you so. I swear to God, Armando, if that is not in the introduction to your book, I am going to be so disappointed.
How so, you may ask?
No, I have absolutely no interest in asking that. There is no way in which that is true. And so the only thing I'm interested in telling you is, lol, you're dumb.
According to these 3 reasons, it seems to prove that atheists intuitively know that God exists.
Why is it so difficult for people to accept that people just don't agree with them? Like, I believe Armando believes God exists. I find it incredibly hard to understand why anyone would believe that. I find the reasons people present are unbelievably shoddy. I cannot even begin to wrap my head around why someone would allow themselves to have such a low standard of evidence that they would accept this belief. But I accept that they believe it. I understand there are many people out there with many different ideas, very different from my own, which from my perspective are completely ridiculous, almost incomprehensibly ridiculous. But just by a simple application of Occam's razor, I can come to a reasonably firm conclusion that they probably believe what they say they believe, or don't believe what they say they don't believe. But for some reason, between Christians and atheists, there's so often this lopsided mind reading going on, where the atheist is like, yeah, you're a Christian, I get it. And the Christian is like, yeah, so are you. You think some things are true and morality's good or something. So you agree with my religion. Those kind of responses from people really kill the ability to have anything like a meaningful conversation. Which, when it comes to Armando, is just fine by me.
Here are the reasons.
Oh, right, I'm supposed to listen to your reasons. Well, go ahead then.
Reason number 1. Definition of atheism presupposes a God exists.
What?
How so, you may ask?
Okay, yeah, Armando, in this case, how so, I will ask. Not because I think there's a chance of you actually having a point here, because this is insane, but because I think this might be really funny.
In order for you to reject God or disbelieve in God, there has to be a God being or a concept of a God being to deny and to disbelieve.
What?
In order for you to reject or disbelieve in God, there has to be a God or a concept of a God being to deny. Okay, let's start with this. Most people I know who describe themselves as atheists are using that term to refer to not believing there's a God. Not a belief that there is no God, but a non-belief that there is. And in that case, if there were no concept of a God in the first place, everyone would fall into that category.
I just really felt the need to write right there. Really needed to have a chat that I was about to die.
Perfectly aware that there is an idea that people believe. When you say, I believe in God, you're referring to the concept of God. When I say, I don't believe in God, I'm referring to the concept of God. That doesn't mean there is a God and I don't believe in it. It means there's an idea, and I don't believe the idea reflects reality. I don't know why I have to say this. This is the most obvious thing I could possibly point out to you.
This weapon, to this day I don't know what this weapon is he's using. I've never seen this weapon. I never had it.
That. I was right. It is really funny. I'm very glad I asked how so, even though you were going to tell me anyway.
Disbelieving God does not disprove God.
Yeah, I know. See, Armando, you don't have to tell me the incredibly obvious things. I have to tell you them, because you appear not to know them, but I don't need that. Okay, I'm up to speed, and so I'm pretty sure is literally everyone watching your video. I would be blown away if there was a single person who ever watches this video who doesn't understand, before you say it, what you just said.
Rather, it's a feeling, heart, and mind problem.
The full statement is disbelieving God does not disprove God, which is obviously true. Rather, it's a feeling, heart, and mind problem.
Oh yeah, this is the last quest in the game. This dude is you saved him in like the fourth quest I think. The one where he got owned by the wolves.
Disbelief or non-belief is, and I'm kind of reading into it here, sincere and based on their own reasoning, or a feeling, heart, and mind problem that they cling to for emotional reasons. You said these two utterly unrelated things together in one sentence and appear to expect me to just understand what you mean by that.
God absolutely did not exist. The term atheism would also not exist.
What? Why? Whether or not God exists isn't the point. The concept still exists. People still believe it. Therefore, people can still not believe it. People can still put a label on that. That's entirely linguistically valid. And when billions of people make important decisions and shape their lives around this belief, it's quite likely that people would come up with a term to apply to the people who don't buy in. I just keep stating the obvious over and over here. Man, I hope this is in your book. Man, I hope your book comes out. I'll start with that. I'll be happy with whatever's in it at this point. But even so, please, please have this in there.
But because atheism defines itself as one who disbelieves in God or rejects God, it seems to presuppose that there's a God that they're capable of rejecting or disbelieving.
No, you said it yourself. It assumes there's a concept of a God, but a concept of a God is not a God unless you're admitting that God is all in your head. How can you stand there and say stuff like that and then actually upload the video to YouTube after? How do you not hear the mind-numbing idiocy of what you're saying? And you know, I know you didn't make this up. I've heard this many, many times before. I'm sure you're just parroting something someone else told you. Some garbage YouTube video you watched or something like that. But why are you just mindlessly repeating it like this? Did it not occur to you that maybe this was a bad argument? Just because someone you like listening to says it doesn't make it make sense.
Reason number 2. Atheists are extremely compelled to argue against an existing being that they claim does not exist.
Atheists are compelled to argue against an existent being they claim does not exist. What, Christians? Christians exist. I'm arguing against you, and you exist. At least I hope so. Otherwise, I've been royally trolled. But you know what? I'm not even mad.
If God absolutely does not exist, then why waste your time arguing against a non-existent being?
I'm arguing against you. You put out videos making these dumb fuck arguments. You base your entire life around them. I think this is a bad idea. So much of our society's energy and money and time goes to defending ideas believed based on indefensibly poor reasoning, and people defining that as the core of their identity. I think we can do better. I don't care about God or the idea of God. If the ideas behind religion were based on something else, I'd be arguing about that. If the type of people that believe in ghosts and spend all their time on that were far more prevalent, I'd probably spend a lot more time on the ghosts issue. I spent like, 2 years on people who think out-of-focus stars are sky amoebas and UFOs, and weather cam videos of the overexposed sun mean that the sun is expanding and engulfing Alaska. I'm adaptable. I'll go to what feels useful in the moment. Although honestly, I like the God argument because it has a lot of different facets to it. It dips into philosophy over here, and biology over here, and physics over here, basic logic and reasoning skills over there. There's a lot of pedantic nonsense, which is the kind of thing I like. So the God thing's fun, but I'm not married to it. I didn't grow up Christian or anything. I don't have a chip on my shoulder. I don't give a shit. I just think it's stupid and cringe, and I wish you'd stop, because you're embarrassing everyone around you. Look at the way your religion's making you turn your brain off. Look at the kind of arguments it's making you say. The existence of the word atheism proves God is real. Because if there's not a real God, how could there be atheists? Like, are you fucking kidding me, Almondo? Come on, snap out of it now. You know, listening to it isn't what drives me crazy. It's the fact that you listen to it and have no reaction. It doesn't register at all. How? You said it. It came out of your mouth. Your brain. Do you not care at all about what's actually true or what makes any sense? Can you not understand that it's a little frustrating and concerning that this is what passes for reasoning among some people? Can you not understand at all how some people might feel a bit of an urge to push back just a bit? And then you have the fucking nerve to say, no, the only reason you do that is because you totally believe me and everything I say is so obviously true. The arrogance of that is incredible.
Why spend time complaining about a being that does not exist?
Every time I complain, in every one of my videos responding to you, I'm complaining about you. Maybe you think you're God, but I don't. I think you're Almondo, and I think you're worth complaining about, because holy shit, talking to you is like banging my head on the pavement.
It's almost like atheists arguing that there's nothing in this jar.
What?
Yeah.
There clearly seems to be something there. According to the evidence, we could conclude that there's a bottle of vitamins inside this jar.
What's that, Almondo? Evidence? Evidence? Yeah. When there's evidence, it's like we can agree on things. I agree there's a bottle in the jar. I don't know why you've put it there, but apparently it's there. Okay, I believe that. Now do your religion. You didn't bother in God Is. Hopefully you try in A Conscious Universe. I'd love it if somebody put in some effort for once. I know it's not going to happen, commenters. You don't have to tell me.
But even with all the evidence, atheists still deny.
I do not deny the bottle in the jar, Almondo. If you turn it around so I can read the label, I'd probably even agree that it's a bottle of vitamins. All you ever have to do is provide good evidence, and I'll change my mind. On the God issue too, provide as good of evidence for God as you just provided for that bottle of vitamins inside a jar for some reason, and I'll be on board. You'll have a new follower of Christ that you converted.
Jesus.
135,000 followers.
I think last level up was 555. What is going on? Why did she get so much attack?
Surely that'll work on a lot of them. All you gotta do is tell me.
As I said many times before, yes, I know she is the second strongest physical force. But still, what the fuck? At this point, her attack and magic are almost the same.
And you know it. You have the most airtight evidence for this that anyone could ever have about anything.
Why do atheists argue against something that they...
So is the male force actually better in melee? Is the male forces melee? Is the male forces melee actually stronger than his magic?
Well, even though you don't think there are atheists, you think atheists all believe in God, and thus you don't think atheism even is a thing, and you don't think the non-existence of God is true.
I mean, it has to be like that, right?
Time arguing about it, but you don't believe it. Why do you spend so much time arguing about it? I guess that must mean you do believe it. That's your argument here. If you argue against a position, that means you hold the position. You argue against atheism, therefore you're an atheist. That's fascinating. Thanks for telling me that. I did not know that about you.
In other words, why do they argue against a non-existent being?
Well, I don't argue against the non-existent being, I argue against the people who claim the non-existent being exists. And I do that because there's billions of them promoting stupid ideas and shoddy reasoning all across the planet who've been shaping the history of the world for thousands of years, and I find it annoying and silly. And also, it's a lively debate and fun, and I like that, and it's not as nasty as politics. It really checks all the boxes for me. But I'm sure you have some other idea of why I do it. I'm sure you know better than I do somehow, so let's hear it.
That's like me arguing against the chupacabra, or the man-bat, or even mermaids, for crying out loud.
Okay, why wouldn't you? There are people who believe those things, and if you think they're wrong, it's probably a good idea to try to convince them. At the very least, it'd be a good way to kill time. Can you not see the fun in going to some sort of man-bat forum and arguing about the man-bat? That to me just sounds like a pleasant Tuesday evening. Why would you limit yourself in this way? If you find the conversation interesting, why would you not do it just because you're on the nay side of the argument? It's kind of a sad self-limitation you've imposed there. I feel like you're robbing yourself of many really entertaining hours of fun.
They do not exist, so I'm not going to waste my time.
Yeah, I'm aware they don't exist, but the people who think they exist. And I'm sure they'd argue with you if you felt like it. It's not about the fucking mermaid or the man-bat. It's about the people. It's always about the people. That's what makes it fun. Now, I agree that the mermaid and the man-bat and the chupacabra are not exactly the most important issues of our day. They don't really have a large role in shaping our society or the way people think. Religion does. So I think religion is a very, very consequential topic. You might not agree with my position on it, fine, but to pretend like if I'm right about the issue, religion ceases to be an important thing to argue about is absurd. You'd like me to see it that way. You'd like me to see it as unimportant just because I don't think the God we're talking about is real. But I'm not gonna fall for that, because that's obvious bullshit. Ideas have consequences, false ones included. An issue doesn't cease to be relevant just because one side's position on it is based on a lie. And you're not gonna somehow trick people into thinking that it does. If you're so goddamn right about everything, just participate in the argument honestly and stop with the stupid underhanded tactics.
Even if people strongly believe that these things exist, there's no point.
Yes, there is. Of course there is. What the hell is wrong with you?
But because the evidence for God's existence is so strong, they fear being completely wrong and having to submit themselves to the truth.
I've read God is, Armando. Fear of the strength of your arguments is the last thing I have. But so what is this? Little atheist too scared to just submit and believe what I tell him is the truth. Little chicken atheist won't concede the debate and walk away permanently forever and leave me alone. Do you seriously think that calling your debate opponents too chicken to give up and go away and afraid to just forfeit the argument and hand you a default victory is a tactic that's gonna work? You're here standing firm in your position and pushing back against all of my claims? What are you, chicken? That's what you're going with, Armando? You are unbelievably pathetic. God damn, throw a pair of balls here. It's like trying to get out of a boxing match by saying, oh, my opponent's such a coward. He knows I'm such a good fighter that he's actually gonna fight me instead of just forfeiting. Can you believe that chicken shit? If he was actually such a tough fighter, he'd give up right now. The fact that he's actually gonna bother to step in the ring just goes to show how scared he is of me. This has got to be among the weakest attempts to get rid of your opposition I have ever seen. I have never even heard of someone trying something this contemptible. I can't believe the guy who spent the last 10 months blocking every single person who's ever disagreed with him about anything is calling the people who don't do that scared of the strength of his arguments.
We all know atheists don't want to be morally accountable.
Do we? Who's we all, Armando? You, alone, in your room?
We all know that atheists just want to go their own ways and live their life however they want to. So they suppress the truth in unrighteousness.
Oh, we all know it. We all know it. So, that issue's settled, we all know it. And if anyone asks, hey, do you have a reason for saying that? The chicken atheist asking me questions.
In their wickedness. In their sin.
So just to be clear though, the argument there was atheists believe in God because we all know that they just do, and they pretend they don't, because I said so. Right.
Now reason number 3.
Number 3? I don't remember hearing any actual reasons at all up to this point. How are we on reason 3?
Atheists need God in order to argue against him.
Okay, so are we going presup, or are we just repeating the if you argue against theism, that means you're a theist point? Place your bets, I guess.
Atheists can't account for mind, reason, and logic.
Okay, to be clear, the human brain is a very complex thing. If something about it is not understood, that should tell you something about the complexity of the question at hand. It's not an invitation to just jam whatever you like in there. If a phenomenon is not well accounted for scientifically, that means it's not well accounted for scientifically and you should just wait. Don't just make up some other random thing that sounds nice and just pretend like it's true. Unless you want to be wrong a lot, in which case, go nuts. You don't seem to have a problem with that, so I guess enjoy yourself. But count me out. I'm concerned with what's true, not with what seems fun. Now, of course, I'm not saying that mind, reason, and logic are not accounted for. There's a lot accounted for in how those things work within the brain. It's imperfect, it's incomplete, of course, but there's actually a surprising amount of understanding on these issues. So if you want to know more about how these things are accounted for, I guess go seek that out. And I'm saying it very generally like that because I know you haven't even bothered to start. And so pretty much anything you come across on that topic is going to be better than where you're at right now. Unless you come across a bunch of woo, but avoid that and you're fine. Although having said that, I'm worried about whether you would know how to do that.
They seem to argue that mind, reason, and logic is nothing more than a product of our evolution.
Logic? No. Logic is sort of a system of thought that humans design based on observation of what patterns of thought give you accurate answers in reality. Mind and reason, though, yeah, pretty much. Except, of course, for a lot of the tools of reasoning that we've come up with. But the basic underlying function of human reasoning within the brain, yeah.
Nothing more than brain activity going on in your little skulls.
You know something doesn't become contemptible or worthless just because you put the words nothing more in front of it, right? Brain activity is no insignificant thing. It's incredibly powerful. The brain is an extremely finely honed tool for analyzing the state of ourselves and our environment. Don't be so quick to discount your brain. Well, okay, maybe your brain.
That then raises the question, why trust what you believe?
I agree. Don't. This is why you need to keep an open mind to evidence, to counter-arguments, to external confirmation or disconfirmation. This is why you need to be aware that you will have blind spots, that you will occasionally fall prey to fallacies, that sometimes it will be you who's wrong and the other guy who's right. That even if you feel so strongly that something's true, that doesn't make it true. Look at us, Almondo. Two guys, both confident in our positions, both arguing for them, both convinced that what we're saying makes sense and is accurate. And yet we have completely different ideas. Not just about one small issue, because this religious divide shapes our opinions on many, many, many different things in the world. We don't just disagree on one claim about one entity. We disagree about a huge number of things across our entire worldviews. And it's not just us two. We could bring in 20 more people to this video, and they would all have different things to say, different things that they're very confident that they're right about, that both you and I are very confident that they're not. That's a huge part of the nature of humanity. Disagreement, arguing, and this should show you how fallible human reason is. The fact that on some issues you can bring 100 people into a room and they all have mutually incompatible ideas about the same issue should tell you something very concerning about the trustworthiness of human belief, about its actual correspondence to reality. And this is why we argue, and this is why we have systems like science that are designed to try to minimize the destructive effect on human bias on our learning about the world, to try to take the human element out as much as possible and leave us just with the results reality gives us. Because humans are fallible. Our beliefs aren't perfect. You have no choice in your day-to-day life but to rely on your own reason, but you must acknowledge that it's not perfect, that you're not infallible, that you're not omniscient, that you can make logical mistakes, that you can lack information and base your belief upon that lack of information, or that you can have wrong information and base your belief on that. And if you're honestly denying that possibility within yourself, you can't be helped. You're so far gone in your arrogance, in your overblown opinion of the power of your own mind, that not only will nobody else ever be able to help you learn anything, but you'll never be able to help yourself either. You're not a god, Almondo. Stop pretending like you are.
Because if what you believe solely relies on the result of your brain wiring, then you were nothing more than forcefully led to your conclusion.
I don't believe in free will. Not the religious kind, anyway. Boo-hoo. If that's unpalatable to you, who cares? If a human mind is in fact the product of the brain, then your mind too, just like the rest of ours, is the product of your brain. And if it's not, then it's not. But the problem is that if somebody sat you down and started poking around in your brain, your mind would change. If they drugged it, it also would change. So give me a good reason to think that does not imply that the mind is a product of the brain that's being poked. Either way, regardless of where your mind is situated or what it is, it's clear that your mind has all the same flaws and foibles as the rest of ours. So I'm sitting here saying I'm fallible and so are you, and you're sitting there saying you're infallible. You trust your beliefs completely, despite the fact that you clearly are capable of flawed thinking. One of us, I think, is being honest with himself, and one of us is not.
Therefore, you can't really observe whether or not what you believe is true or false.
What do you mean by that? Really observe it? I mean, I can really ask questions about it, I can really think about it. Thinking is a physical process within the brain. That process can occur, therefore I can think about it. Free will or not, it doesn't matter. The process can occur not in spite of being physically controlled, but because it's physically controlled. I can also make observations about external reality. The human senses are physical input systems for external phenomena. They feed into the brain, which again is a physical system, largely centered around interpreting those phenomena. So the inputs get input, the system does what the system does, and therefore I've observed external phenomena. That's what observation is. I'm not really sure what else you
Where was that laser
what
blockage?
fantastical scenario do you prefer? Are we talking about
Was it
some sort of
there?
absolute certainty thing? Like, I can't be absolutely certain that external reality is as I think it is? Well, I don't care. I don't hold absolute certainty as a standard. That's just not realistic or relevant. It just doesn't mean anything. I don't know. I don't know what you want here. I've tried to come up with a couple of possibilities, and if none of them address what you meant, I guess talk better.
Lastly, atheists argue truth.
Yeah. Truth is correspondence to reality. We work together to try to verify reality and try to make sure that we're not misperceiving it. And based on what we understand about reality, we argue. And we argue for the purpose of trying to understand more about reality.
Basically, they argue that they have a standard of truth that is greater than the truth that God exists.
I have a standard of truth that says if a statement reflects reality, then it's true, and if it doesn't, then it's not. If God's existence is not real in reality, then statements that say God exists aren't true. My standard of truth is not more or less than God's existence. That doesn't even make sense. It's like saying an apple is more than a rock. It doesn't mean anything. They're not comparable quantities. They're not even quantities at all. I have a standard of truth that says if it's real, it's true. So if the truth of God's existence is non-existent, that doesn't make it less than my standard of truth. It just makes it not a thing at all, because there's no truth there. The way you phrase things is very strange. Where are you getting this?
But according to the atheistic worldview, what is that standard?
The standard of truth? Reality?
That standard is nothing more than human standard and what you perceive to be as true.
No, if I perceive something about reality, and it turns out that that's not what reality actually is, then my perception is wrong and reality is right. Reality is the standard.
Then all of our truths are technically true.
No, reality is true. If what you believe about reality is not representative of actual reality, then you're wrong. There's nothing that annoys me more than this my truth and your truth nonsense. No, there's the truth. Areas of subjective opinion and gray areas of human interaction and stuff, that's a different issue. But in terms of what exists or doesn't exist, somebody's right and somebody's wrong. We might never be sure who it is. On some things, we might never even come that close. But that doesn't change the fact that somebody's right and somebody's wrong.
That can't be.
Yeah, I know, and we agree. Why do you think people are constantly trying to argue with you? Why do you think people love to tell you you're wrong? It's because we also think that somebody's right and somebody's wrong, obviously. And you're sitting there saying that atheists think nobody's right and nobody's wrong and all our beliefs are equally valid. And there's my truth and your truth. This despite the evidence that stares you in the face every day. So I would say on this issue, it's pretty obvious that I'm right and you're wrong. Because what I'm saying conforms to reality.
Because no matter which way you turn, there's always going to be an absolute truth. Just like if you say it's true that there is no absolute truth.
Okay, Armando, that's straight out of that stupid video with the college students. Those weren't real atheists. You realize this, right? Those were Christians strawmanning people. Surely you figured that out.
You just made an absolute truth claim by claiming that there is no absolute truth.
Who made that claim to you, Armando? The answer is nobody, right? The answer is you heard it in that stupid-ass video, and now you think that's just what atheists think. Use your brain. Switch your brain on for once in your life.
It's self-defeating, inconsistent, and contradictive.
Contradictive. Hey, atheist who's never said anything like this to me because it's ridiculous. Stop saying that ridiculous thing. It's contradictive. You am dumb and me am smart.
So, if there is truth out there, there has to be order, design, logic, reason, purpose, and a mind that establishes this truth.
Wow, that's a big old dump of new assertions. I don't think I feel like bothering, because you're not gonna. You're just gonna leave that steaming heap of nonsense laying there. Guess I will too. I'll just kind of hold my nose and walk around it.
That, of course, characterizes a being that can only be explained as God.
Wow, good job, buddy. You said reality has to have a bunch of features that you'd like your God to have, gave no
What is this?
justification, and then said, hey, look, that sounds like my God. What? Whoa!
The fuck?
That's crazy. How'd that happen?
Therefore, God
I was
exists.
confused when I was looking on the map because, yeah, no, there isn't. There wasn't a door, and there is not a door.
God exists.
What the
God
fuck?
exists. There's an S on the end, Armando. STS exists. If you find that hard to say, fine, I don't blame you, but at least get it right on the back cover of your book.
And also, by these three reasons, it proves that atheists intuitively know that God exists.
See, there it was again.
They just simply reject him and have turned away their desire to know him.
Wow, this video sucked. That was much worse than I expected. That completely hit the spot I needed hit. That should do a good job tiding me over until a conscious universe. But please tell me it'll be out before next Thanksgiving.
These are irrefutable facts that are not worth arguing about.
You're arguing about them right now.
Simply because they cannot be argued.
Both you and I are arguing them right now.
Until next time, God bless every single one of you.
Yeah, I bet. Anyway, thanks everyone for watching. If you would, before you go, please give the video a like and click subscribe if you haven't. Huge thanks to all of my supporters. If you want early access, email list.logic.com, and I'll see you next time. Alright, welcome to the second part of my review of Shmuel Pollin's book, All In for God. It's been pretty goofy so far, but it's only going to get worse. Just you wait for those 1 + 1 = 2 and division is a lie chapters. So we're starting off this part talking about who has more credibility, prophets or scientists. Oddly, within the following 100 pages of this book, there are 2 chapters on why prophets are better sources of information than scientists. I guess he just felt like saying basically the same thing the second time. Really like the subject. This book could have used an editor.
Prophets and scientists are not all that different if you really think about it.
Give me a second. No, they're pretty different.
Both make predictions about the future.
True, although scientists do a lot more than that, but true. Scientists make predictions based on inference from previous observations, experiments, and theory. And so, assuming a solid theoretical basis, their predictions come true with a level of accuracy that makes absolutely everything else whereas prophets just say stuff. Sometimes they don't even say stuff if someone just writes down that they said stuff.
Being a false prophet, however, is punishable by death.
Is it? Where? Oh, you don't mean is, you mean was. Bible stuff.
The stakes are a lot higher. Being a false scientist could potentially win you some awards. And even if you got caught, I don't think that carries any jail time. That's the difference between religion
Come on!
The Bible is so concerned with the truth, it will kill you.
So what's the better
The
way?
one time I didn't heal myself, this fucker did crit me.
Theory X is correct, and then
Oh my god.
say 5 years, and then we drag him to the edge of town and stone him? Would that really help us learn more efficiently about reality, you think?
Science is careless with the truth.
Oh my god, the mission has not failed.
What they are saying is a fact or a theory.
Ooh.
Observation or the result of an experiment is a fact. If it's a way to explain the facts and make predictions based on them, it's a theory. Why do you need this distinguished for you unless you're clueless about science?
So who has logic on their side? Who has truth on their side?
Oh, science, for sure, as a method, especially within its domain. And biblical prophecy really has nothing to do with logic at all. Prophets weren't logicians, and your argument in favor of the prophet's credibility has nothing to do with logic either. Yeah, those old prophets in the Bible might have been threatened with death, possibly, so they have to produce their results in a scientific method, because, you know, if people are threatened for saying they know the future, but then not really knowing it, then when they say it, they really will know the future. Yeah, it's not much of an argument. Especially considering that when you look up biblical prophecies, they're typically so vague as to inevitably match any number of events, or so easily twisted as to mean any number of things. And so there's no real failure case where you go, okay, the prediction has literally spoken, did not come true, so get 'em, boys! So I'm unclear on what the death for false prophecy would even really mean, other than the promotion of other gods part, which is fairly clear. And even the religious people who somehow become convinced that these prophecies came true in a meaningful sense generally think that happened well after the prophet was dead already. The threat of death doesn't mean a whole lot when you know you're going to die before it has a chance to come true or get shown false anyway. Or for that matter, if you truly believed that you'd had a revelation of the future from God in some feverish vision or hallucination, and you really hadn't. In that case, your opinion's going to be, well, the law doesn't apply to me, I'm telling the truth. And it means even less when you're just a mythical figure in a folktale. And it means literally nothing with regard to the credibility of prophets. Where is the credibility of these prophets supposed to come from? It's supposed to come from whether their predictions actually came true, right? Now, if you risk your life to claim prophethood, or you don't, does that make your claim actually come true more? Either way, no. Even in your gullible mind, all that actually matters here is whether these predictions actually came true. So the social conditions or laws or any of that mean nothing. They don't change anything. Did the stuff come true or did it not? The ones whose predictions did not come true have zero credibility despite the threat of death, and the ones whose predictions did come true, assuming it's as impressive as you say, but hypothetically, the ones whose predictions did come true are credible regardless of the threat of death. So the threat of death means nothing. What confuses me even more, though, is why we're even comparing these two things. It seems to me like scientists and prophets are not even really comparable in the first place. They're not trying to perform a similar function at all. Prophets are not in the business of explaining the natural world. They're in the business of making proclamations about a very small number of arbitrary future events, not to understand the world better, but just to show off their ability, which then they claim comes from a god that they want to sell people. It's kind of a marketing stunt to get people on board with his religious claims. Well, that or the guy like had a weird dream, or ate some funny plants, or heard voices in his head.
Oh, come on.
Despite this supposed threat of death, some of these prophets almost certainly made failed predictions, which is why there was a rule saying the fakers would die. No fakers, no need for a rule against fakers. Which means that aside from the guys who show up in the Bible who
Oh, I don't want to do
completely forgotten by history who got it totally wrong. In other words, on a population level, prophets get do-overs. If that guy gets it wrong, and that guy gets it wrong, and that guy gets it wrong, and that guy gets it wrong, but that guy got it right, hey, prophets are great, 100% success rate if we just kill the other guys and forget about them. Good thing we have this no fakers rule. And even if somebody's predictions were true, we'd still need to figure out how that happened. What's going on? Is it some sort of outlandishly good ability to process events into a prediction of the future? Is it pure dumb luck? Was there a political situation at the time that made it somewhat predictable, like your Babylon prophecy? Or maybe it's nothing so mundane. Maybe it really is supernatural. Psychic power? Time travel? Hey, maybe the world's secretly totally controlled by reptoids with a multi-thousand-year plan that they happen to let this guy in on pieces of to throw people off the scent. You know, make him think the world's controlled by God, not the reptoids. The mere fact alone of a successful prediction doesn't really tell you much. But of course, I don't even buy that they have that. I'm getting a bit sidetracked though. The point is, prophets aren't trying to serve the same purpose or answer the same questions as scientists are. And neither prophets nor scientists are under any illusion that they're using completely different methods to obtain knowledge. What scientists are interested in is answering questions about the world by paying very, very close attention to the world and reasoning about it and trying to get closer to an understanding of reality in baby steps. There's no assertion or assumption of perfect final knowledge coming from these people, and to expect or even want something like that from them is senseless. Again, it's the expectation of an idiot. And even what constitutes credibility, which is really what's at issue here, isn't even the same for both of them. A prophet's credibility, in the eyes of the believers, is in preaching the correct God and predicting some events to a tolerable level of precision. There you go, credibility. A scientist's credibility is in resisting bias, correctly following evidence, using solid reasoning, performing good observations, having well-designed experiments, stuff like that. So really on every level, this prophets to scientists comparison is apples to oranges. They're different things, they're supposed to be different, and so I have no idea why you think this is relevant. So now we'll get into the supposed problems with science that make following random claimed prophets a better option.
One doesn't always see what he thinks he sees. A magician's show fools many. So observation, even with your own eyes from a short distance, is far from perfect.
Couldn't agree more, and that's precisely why the scientific method is needed. If you use just mere superficial observation, the rigorous observation, combined with experimentation and creating testable theories and so on, can show that it's really very different from that. I like that you picked the magic show example because that's one reason I really like to watch magic shows with my kid. It helps to illustrate this point to her. For example, imagine you see this clip. This 5-second clip got copyright claimed, so I guess this is what you get to see now. Wow, he didn't have orange juice in his hand and then he just did. That's impossible. It's a miracle. He must be a prophet. We should do whatever he says God says. It's not quite clear yet at this point, but I'm going to spoil the surprise. This is exactly what Shmuel considers to be science. It's the only thing he considers to be good, proper science. Observation, which he makes abundantly clear in his opinion, means just glancing around at the world, doing no further work, and assuming that your first, most intuitive assumption is true forever and always. Now, you don't have to believe me about that right now. You'll see. Although, I suppose it's probably not hard to believe already, is it? But anyway, of course this is not science. A thinking person is not just going to watch the orange juice pop
One time.
and assume that he actually...
I did not hear myself one time.
For example, notice that after he left the podium just before this finale, he never stopped oddly holding his jacket with his left hand. If he were doing this act in person in front of you and convincing everyone around you that he really was given powers by God, you might just ask him, hey, can you repeat the performance but without the podium or the jacket? Whatever you did, your first thought would not be just observe and believe, because that would make you a fool.
Incidentally, in the days of ancient Egypt, the scientists were known as magicians because they would convince people they were seeing one thing when they were actually seeing another, i.e. sleight of hand.
That is not what a scientist is, Shmuel. That's a magician, hence why they were called magicians.
They turned sticks into snakes and back. If a scientist sees what looks to him like a dinosaur, he may just report his findings to the masses, when in fact it was just a big monetary lizard.
Monetary lizard? Is that some kind of play on words to accuse scientists of making up dinosaurs for money? Or did you just try and fail to write monitor lizard? If the latter, then I'm sorry to tell you, there's not a chance in hell of at least anything approaching a modern paleontologist mistaking a monitor lizard for a dinosaur. They're very different anatomically.
In ancient times, the scientists of the day would show people a lunar eclipse and tell them that a giant snake was swallowing up the moon.
Again, not a scientist. I don't know what you'd call that, a priest maybe? All this is pretty funny though, considering what you said in that other video about how ancient people were more like God, and thus far more intelligent and wise and perfect than we are, which is why we should believe everything said by ancient thinkers like Aristotle. Despite the fact, of course, that ancient thinkers disagree with each other all the time. Aristotle was adamant. But anyway, these ancient people supposedly were so beyond us in brilliance and knowledge that we should just assume they were right about everything in the world, and yet apparently they couldn't see through basic stage magic or some random jerk-off telling them the moon's being swallowed by a snake. Your story's not quite adding up.
They may also see right, but interpret wrong, as above. The worst offender of this is the theory which becomes famous in the scientific world. A theory isn't just improper observation, it is no observation at all. That's the worst kind of observation.
Again with this. But what you just said head is self-contradictory. The worst offender of seeing right and interpreting wrong is a theory. And also, a theory is zero observation. So they didn't observe at all, but also observed correctly. Could you settle on one or the other before you put it in your book? So, improper observation was the first garbage reason why scientists suck. The second one is false testimony, and that's mainly just a claim that scientists are biased because they get paid for their work.
Every scientist, however, is a biased observer. His job is to make discoveries and get papers published, and it may be on a deadline. If he doesn't deliver on a regular basis, he loses his job.
If he just stayed home and watched TV all day, maybe. So the complaint is that people working in science need to show up and do their job. The research doesn't get done if you don't show up, and you have deadlines, maybe, possibly, sometimes. You don't get unlimited time for every single experiment.
What if the data doesn't lead to a meaningful conclusion? He's wasted weeks or maybe months of his time and his boss's money, so maybe he'll fudge the numbers until it looks meaningful. He has every reason to lie.
I don't actually know what you mean by meaningful. Do you mean any result at all? Or do you mean getting your expected result, desired result? Leaving aside conflicts of interest, because that doesn't apply most of the time, but of course it's no real problem. Are we just talking about some kind of worry about research not having as much impact if the predicted outcome wasn't correct, and that affecting the likelihood of future plans? Or are we talking about emotional investment, where after you put a lot of time into developing this experiment, see if you're correct about something, and it turns out you weren't correct about something, you might try to find some reason to keep believing you were actually right, you might try to fudge the numbers in your favor, consciously or subconsciously, or what? It'd be nice if you told me what you actually mean instead of just vaguely hinting that there's bias. But of course, scientists are human beings. They have human lives, minds, and motivations. They can be biased for a number of reasons. If you read books about how discoveries were made, you'll find this cropping up occasionally, where, somebody had a big idea and it looked really good, but then gradually through the scientific method, it became more and more clear that it worked, but the person just couldn't let go of it, found excuses and reasons to keep through, keep saying it. But what you'll notice in these stories is that the reason that we know that this is happening is because the problem over time is gradually correcting itself. Because the scientific community and the scientific method have mechanisms in place to try to avoid these things being entrenched for too long. You make it out to be this really common thing, and I don't think that's really true most of the time. I think most people just want to do a good job on whatever they're working on, get accurate results because they actually want to understand them. But the potential for bias is always there, and that's why you need checks and balances. You need to minimize the effect of personal bias. This is what religion lacks most critically. Religion doesn't minimize the effects of personal bias. It amplifies and encourages and demands personal bias. Now, with science, of course, the ultimate check on personal bias is reality. Very often, these results are going to be put to some kind of actual use. And in many, many, many cases, it's going to be quickly noticed if those results are not fit for purpose. Now, again, humans are humans. The system can't be perfect. You should not be treating scientific findings or theories as some kind of weird substitute religion. But because the entire conception behind science is to recognize the possibility for error and imperfection, it produces results that speak for themselves. This is a far, far more productive way to generate knowledge from the real world than any other way we've ever had. If you have a better way, I'd love to hear it, except I already know what your better way is because you're telling me right now, so never mind keeping it yourself.
In a secular example, we are all naturally skeptical of car mechanics. There is a knowledge gap between us and them that makes it impossible to know if we're being ripped off.
What a strange example. We're talking about how scientists are worthless shits because they get paid for their work, and profits are awesome because they might get killed. So what do we do with auto mechanics? Shut down all their shops and instead get some guy to shake a stick over the engine and tell you it was being eaten by a giant snake before, but now it'll work until exactly 286,000 miles, and then kill the guy if the car makes it to 300K? I mean, that must be better, right? Those fucking mechanics, they work for a living. Why would I assume any of them know how to fix a car? Of course, there's another option. Your objection is that there's a knowledge gap between you and the mechanic, and so you don't understand what he's saying to you, which, because you're his direct customer, puts you at a disadvantage if he happens to be a dishonest guy. There's a big difference, by the way, between him and a scientist. You're not a scientist's customer. But if you don't like there being a knowledge gap, you could just learn how your car works. Maybe read a few books about it. Hell, when you you have the time, maybe even try doing a few repairs or modifications yourself. And then, if you got to take your car to a mechanic because, you just don't have the time to fix it this time, or maybe you just don't have the equipment, you'll know if what he's talking about makes sense or not, if his method of diagnosing the problem makes sense, if his proposed fix makes sense, because you actually know what the words mean. But this book makes it pretty clear that you don't have any interest in that, because your goal is not really to get a better grasp on reality. It's to find any excuse to ignore it. This is more like you knowing nothing about cars and then writing a book called How to Really Fix a Car, where your introduction talks about how mechanics are all paid shills with deadlines and bosses, and so therefore you know better. And then you say how to fix the car better than those stupid fucking mechanics. Step 1. Open the glove compartment. The glove compartment is what holds the air compressor, which provides fuel for the piezoelectric engine. Now, I haven't done this myself. I can't afford the expensive equipment to replace it, but I'm pretty sure it's right.
Notice that most science experiments and physics experiments are not actually done on TV, the internet, or in front of a live audience. You will find crude examples,
What?
CGI or simulations of the experiments that supposedly...
Of course they're not on YouTube, made on YouTube or in front of an audience. What the fuck? You don't want morons like you to be in the same room with something important or dangerous.
Here's a guy measuring the speed of light using an oscilloscope
Yes.
in a college lab. Here's a guy measuring it using a rotating mirror and a micrometer. Here's the movement of light through a water bottle being filmed directly at 10 trillion frames a second. Here's a rough estimate done with a microwave on a chocolate bar. They just go on and on and on and on like that. No CGI, no simulations, direct experimentation on camera, with their reasoning explained. The fact that you think this is never done shows that you didn't bother to find out if it's done. You could have spent 10 seconds typing speed of light experiment or something into YouTube, but you didn't want to. Now, I'll grant that your book is from 2017. Some of those videos I just showed were uploaded later than that, but others of them were uploaded earlier than that, and of course there were plenty more on the site at that time. So you really have no excuse at all. You're either shockingly lazy and uninterested in checking your facts, or you're just lying. Both of those are pretty bad. I'm not sure which is worse. And by the way, some of these experiments are within your ability to do yourself with a pretty modest amount of money and a bit of time. And of course a basic understanding of math, which, as we'll see, probably would be the hardest requirement for you.
We don't have near the knowledge they do of the subject.
Well, whose fault is that, Shmuel? Who's to blame for your lack of knowledge? Why are you complaining that somebody else bothered to do something you didn't want to do? You know what? Maybe it's not so much that you're upset that you don't know about the subject. Maybe it's that you're upset that they do, and you'd rather they just stop learning it. So the world can be a blissful, ignorant on purpose, religious utopia.
We have very few tools at our disposal to test their findings on our own. It's impossible to test it on your own because we don't have the expensive equipment.
Shmuel, you got videos there of people testing the speed of light and stuff they put together in their garage or with an oscilloscope. It's not impossible to test on your own, and the equipment is not that expensive. Now, sure, if you're talking about extreme precision, that's really hard, but you don't need a lot of money to test that the speed of light is about what they say it is, to within like a few percent accuracy. And that goes for a lot of other things in science too. I'm sure you're not going to replicate the Large Hadron Collider in your backyard, fine. If you were really interested in that, you would have got into particle physics and possibly had an opportunity to work with a machine like that, but you didn't do that because you didn't have the interest. That's nobody's problem but yours. But you can do a hell of a lot on your own if you have the motivation. There are so many YouTubers doing this that it almost seems silly to single anyone out, but I might as well mention that Alpha Phoenix guy who set up the Peugeot Lightspeed experiment. He's done some pretty neat stuff, and he's going to come up again later in some future part of this series. Anyway, the third reason science apparently sucks compared to prophecy is that the world changes. Basically, this whole part is just Shmuel asserting that uniformitarianism is false with nothing to back it up. He starts off, predictably enough, with carbon dating.
What if nature changed over time? What if carbon changed?
What if? What am I supposed to do with your what if? Look, if you can offer a reason to believe that the statistical rate of decay of carbon-14 to nitrogen, or indeed the decay rate of any other radioactive isotope, has significantly changed over time, then please come forth with it, because that would be really useful and interesting information to have. But there's no sign of that, and so it's worthless. Your what if is not helpful. All we can do is assume, based on the fact that it seems to be the result of pretty fundamental physical forces, that
which carbon is released changed.
That's an odd thing to say. I've got to assume from context that you mean the rate at which carbon-14 is produced in the atmosphere, therefore the level of it that enters the biosphere via the atmosphere, in which case it has. That's why carbon-14 dating is calibrated based on known atmospheric carbon-14 levels over time. What do you think? Is it some novel idea?
And who knows what could have happened when we're talking about billions of years into the past?
Why would we be talking about billions of years into the past? We're talking about carbon-14 dating. It only works till like 50,000 years. Look, if you want to bring up some evidence of significant changes in relevant laws of physics that throw off radiocarbon dating results by a substantial amount, do it. Otherwise, stop wasting my time.
What if there was a global flood in which boiling hot water covered the entire surface of the Earth, as the Bible and so many other cultures claim? What might that do to the rocks and the plants that existed then? It turns out temperature changes can do a lot of damage to how the dating works.
Boiling water, huh? That's a neat twist. Well, I don't know, Shmuel. I guess you better enlighten me on what that would do. Clear, unambiguous predictions of what you expect to find if that's the case. And then I'm sure all the geologists will be sure to keep a close eye out for any signs of it in the rocks that up to this point show no signs of it. Okay? Does that make you feel better?
What if the Bible account is right, and a supreme being created a world that was already developed the day it was created, meaning the world would look and test much older than it actually is?
Well, then we'd never know it, because an all-powerful being would be actively trying to deceive us from a wall. That claim is unfalsifiable and therefore unverifiable in the exact same way as the claim that you're secretly an octopus plugged into the Matrix, and your human body and everything else in the world beyond your thoughts is faked with virtual reality. Or the claim that the world just randomly popped into existence in 1972, and everyone born before that time has fake memories because the brain's just popped into being like that. Like, sure, yeah, it might be true. Sure, you can't prove it's not true, but that's exactly why it's not worth worrying about. To do anything at all ever in your life, you have to make some basic practical assumptions, such as that external reality seems to be real, you were alive 10 seconds ago, and that wrecked car on the street is probably the result of a car wreck and not some alien playing a prank. We can philosophically circle work together all day, but at some point we gotta quit fucking around and treat reality like it's real.
These are all possibilities, not crazy possibilities either, but we will never know the answer to these questions using the scientific method.
No, we'll never know with absolute certainty using the scientific method that we're not a brain in a vat or the victim of some celestial prank. Fortunately, that's not what the scientific method is for. It doesn't matter at all. The scientific method is a way to base our understanding of reality on what reality appears to be, on what reality tells us. If the reality is that the universe was made intentionally misleading by God for a joke, or for any other reason, well, there's no way for us to know that, so it's not relevant.
Because science is observation, and we can't observe the Ice Age to see if that's where that plant came from. The past is in the past. Not only can we not observe it, no human has ever observed the Ice Age, so all they are actually saying is that if we assume T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z, this plant must be from the Ice Age. Since they weren't there, they have no basis in the scientific method to even claim there was an Ice Age. It's not science, and it's not true, and no one should put their trust in it.
And now, as I said earlier, we're starting to see what Shmuel really thinks the scientific method is, or maybe just what he thinks it should be, which is not observation combined with experimentation and inference and calculation and modeling and coming up with answers that explain all of that coherently. None of that. Toss all that in the garbage. No, what he basically just said was, were you there? It's the idea that all that's useful is superficial observation. Everything else needs to be dumped. If a more careful observation of reality seems to imply that anything happened prior to 5,700 years ago, well, you'd think that would be fine and accurate because the tape ran through billions of years of universal history, and all God did was fast forward. But no, in this case, that's not true anymore. Cast away the demons of doubt and pray for repentance, sinner. And this is why he so regularly resorts to claiming that even a child can see that he's right, because of what children lack, such as the ability to reason carefully, or an understanding of what reasoning even really means, or the background information needed to even understand what's being said, especially when we're talking about science and radiocarbon dating and evidence for ice ages and stuff like that.
Now, if we had planted a tree in our backyard and we could observe how long ago it was planted, that would be scientific, because there is an observer to start to the finish. But pathetically, radioactive carbon dating often gets it wrong, even when it tests these specimens with
expected obvious result to anyone who's not too lazy to bother to know what they're talking about.
An experiment never happened. It can happen.
Experiments happen to discover the radioactive decay rate of carbon-14, and to discover the carbon-14 to carbon-12 ratio in the specimen, and a bunch of different experiments would have been involved to create the calibration curves to be used, and more experiments to understand factors that can throw off measurement, and so on down the line. Experiments on experiments on experiments. But yeah, other than all the experiments, there were no experiments.
They can only make assumptions. We can't ever find out good results of their prediction unless we have some really good eyewitness testimony from a talking dinosaur who survived until now. Or if we invent some kind of time machine.
So that explains what he thinks of experiments. He thinks experiment is just another word for interview a talking dinosaur. Fantastic. Good to know. You know, if all we had was eyewitness testimony from talking dinosaurs or talking humans or otherwise, just individuals, they weren't studying anything scientifically, they just walked outside, looked around in whatever area they happened to live in, lived their lives, you know, and the dinosaur, he lived for millions of years since the dinosaur age, and now he's going to tell us millions of years worth of his memories. I'd consider that much less compelling than the evidence we currently have, because eyewitness testimony is notoriously unreliable, whereas the record embedded in the earth, imperfect and incomplete though it might be, is not subject to false memory or dishonesty or any other of those human effects. Besides which, we'd need some kind of a reason to actually believe this dinosaur had actually been there through those millions of years. That alone is hard to accept. We gotta have some kind of evidence for that first, which again is a scientific claim. It's really odd that you think this is the best possible form of evidence, considering you were just complaining about it a few pages ago when you said this about why you don't believe the results of experiments based on the eyewitness testimony of the people who were actually in the room.
There is no oversight from non-scientists. This community is insulated from outside oversight. Whoever is there at the experiment is there.
So which is it? Are eyewitnesses great evidence, or are they terrible evidence, or what are they? I'd say eyewitnesses are definitely not enough on their own, which is yet another reason the scientific method is employed. A lot of the scientific method is an attempt to mitigate the foibles of the humans involved, whereas what you propose is encouraging them. Except when you don't like the results and then you whine about them. So Shmuel summarizes the points made so far in this chapter about what worthless, horrible trash science is, and there's really only one I feel like commenting on, although of course you know I could go all day if I wanted.
A school of thought plagued by huge amounts of fraud and grave mistakes, which when challenged have had the challenger persecuted and murdered that which happened to be one of the greatest minds in history, Galileo.
Now this is confusing on a number of levels. The first of which, of course, is that it wasn't the scientific school of thought that persecuted Galileo. He was convicted of heresy by the Catholic Inquisition, and he wasn't murdered, he was placed under house arrest, where 9 years later, at the ripe old age of 77, which is pretty good for the time, I think, he died of some kind of double whammy combo of heart palpitations and a fever. And weirdest of all, the heresy of this man, who Shmuel calls one of the greatest minds in history, was defending the Copernican heliocentric model of the universe, which Shmuel dedicates an entire chapter of his book calling destructive anti-biblical nonsense, thus putting him firmly on the side of the Inquisition. But we'll get there one step at a time.
Biophysicist Kirk Durston said it beat it a little.
I don't care what Kirk Durston said, and I'm not going to go with it. He's just whining about science the same way Shmuel is. I've had plenty enough of that already. I just wanted to include that Beatafilil Almondo-esque typo. There aren't enough of those in this book for my liking, and I've got to enjoy them where I find them. What is it with these guys in spell check?
I'm just saying, why don't we have the right to be just as skeptical of their findings as they are skeptical of their own findings? Why are we excluded from that process and just told to accept what we're taught?
Yeah, none of that's true. You have every right to be as skeptical as you want, and you can accept whatever you find convincing and reject whatever you don't find convincing. You're doing it right now, and you're fine. Amazon printed a whole book about it for you. You post YouTube videos about it regularly. The worst that's happened to you is I told you that maybe you're approaching this in a way that's not real conducive to reaching conclusions that accord well with reality. That's my advice. Take it or leave it. That's your business. I must admit, though, I'm pretty unclear on what exactly you have a problem with here. I thought you loved being told not to be skeptical, being excluded from the process, being told to accept what you're taught. That's the whole point of your religion. If science were actually like this, you shouldn't be complaining about it. You should be dancing for joy. You're getting more of what you like.
Sure, they let us dissect a frog or two, but that's not what made up a huge portion of our science education.
Ugh,
Those oppressive teachers only let us dissect between 1 and 2 frogs in our entire life, and then forced us never to learn anything else or perform any other experiments or observations ever. How could they be so cruel? I'm sure little Shmuel was so intellectually curious and just wished he had the opportunity to do more experiments.
While I do want to shatter the golden calf that is accepted science, I also must say how many good scientists are out there doing real experiments and solving real problems we face today. They are certainly out there. Some are friends of mine, and their hearts are pure, and their science is good. I commend them.
At this point, I'm really not interested in defining science according to what Shmuel thinks is good science, considering he's made it his mission through this entire part of the book to shit all over anything remotely recognizable as science at all, even if you squint. But again, we'll learn in more detail about what he thinks good science is going forward. But anyway, enough general complaints about science. Let's get into his specific problems, starting with the speed of light. Mind you, not an argument that the speed of light is different from what people think it is, but that the speed of light in a vacuum is a nonsense concept and there isn't one at all.
We don't know exactly how this particular problem started, but we have a problem with the speed of light, simply because you were led to believe such a speed exists.
Now, that might have sparked some thoughts in some people's heads about complicated ideas like relativity, trying to explain what was just said. Stop it. Remember what book this is. Thank you. Then there's some dialogue. Not very surprisingly, it's a fake conversation with a fake physicist, meant to make physicists sound dumb.
Can I measure it myself and get the same result? He'll probably say something about lasers. You'd need a laser. Ask him, how do you use the laser to get this exact number?
That exact number, of course, being 299,792,458 meters per second, which is exactly true, but only by definition, which is the only way that's really possible, since any speed of light measurement is subject to error, no matter how good the experiment is. And this error prior to the redefinition of the meter was down to just a few meters per second. Of course, now, since the meter is defined by the speed of light, and the speed of light is defined by the meter, the speed of light as defined can only be correct, and of course Shmuel objects to that. I think he also doesn't grasp that real-world experiments have imprecision, which is taken into account, and so even if he did arrive at this exact value, he'd still have error bars making the result imprecise because he's working in reality. For some reason, the way he talks, it seems like he thinks that unless you arrive at the exact value through experiment, you're completely in the dark.
You'd be amazed at what I'm about to tell you, and you might not believe it until you run the experiment for yourself. But search high and low on the internet. Ask any physics professor you want. Nobody knows how they use lasers to calculate the speed of light. All they know is they use lasers.
Yes, he just referred to Googling as an experiment. But anyway, since I took his advice and found multiple videos from both before and after 2017 directly demonstrating multiple different ways to use a laser to measure the speed of light, I know that Shmuel could not even be bothered to do his experiment of typing stuff on Google. He asserts over and over that none of this information exists, but he doesn't care enough to look and see if it actually does. Also, I'm pretty sure a lot of physics professors would be able to tell you at least the basic outline of at least one speed of light experiment involving a laser.
So he might say, I don't know, it's not my field. You can say, well, if I can't do the calculation because I don't have a laser...
Wait, you wrote this in 2017. You don't have a laser. Lasers are easily affordable. Of course, the laser is not the most expensive part of the experimental setup, but you don't appear to know that. So you thought not owning a laser was the thing holding you back. Well, why didn't you just buy one then? Oh, right, because you don't want to do the experiment. You just want to whine about not having done the experiment.
Can I at least see a video somewhere, maybe on YouTube or even in an archive, where I can see people actually measuring the speed of light with lasers?
No. See, this is what happens when you get your information from fake conversations instead of real ones. You get non-existent people telling you stuff that's easily accessible and common doesn't exist at all.
Is there a place where they record these experiments on tape?
Oh, for sure, yeah, the experiment videotape production factory. Yeah, the scientists mail their experiments to this big warehouse full of camcorders and VCRs once they're done with them, and they're videotaped, and then the videotapes are mailed out to whoever sends in enough Captain Crunch proofs of purchase.
No, I don't believe there is.
Aw, thanks for getting my hopes up.
So why should I believe it happened? Let him go on about peer-reviewed journals or Nobel Prizes. The hard fact is there is no way to know, other than taking people's word for it.
See. Hey, you know how you say the appearance of God at Mount Sinai is the most proven claim in history because 3 million people saw it? You know how you have like 5 chapters in this book that claim that over and over and over? Well, you go on about eyewitnesses and traditions and books, but the hard fact is there's no way to know about that other than taking people's word for it. I mean, is there a place where they record these god appearances on videotape? Speed of Light guys have the videotape. By your own standards, they're right and you're full of shit.
There is no videotape. If there was, the hundreds of thousands of people who want to know how this was done would have found it by now. Go online, try to find it.
I spent less than 5 minutes and found dozens of experiments filmed in detail with the reasoning and the calculations fully explained. Now, of course, I'm not granting Shmuel's premise that this is necessary to accept a given result. It's just really funny how spectacularly this particular objection of his fails. He was so convinced he had a slam dunk here that I'd almost feel sorry for him if he weren't such a lazy asshat.
Now you're going to really annoy him. Ready?
I guess I don't have much choice. It's gonna be there as soon as I turn the page, and I've gotta read the book to do the review, right? I say gotta, although you've shown that you can write an entire book debunking claims you never bothered to listen to in the first place, so I guess I could just use your strategy and make up something I think you'd say and then call you stupid for saying it, but that'd make me an idiot, so I'll do it my way.
Ask, that number you mentioned, is that the speed of light in a vacuum or in the air? He will likely say, vacuum. Ask, why did they only discover the speed of light in a vacuum? I thought we were going to use this number to make predictions in nature about solar eclipses and things like that.
His objection to referring to the speed of light in a vacuum is that it's supposed to be used to make predictions about events like solar eclipses, where the light is primarily traveling in the vacuum of space, and so we shouldn't use the speed of light in a vacuum. For fuck's sake, I thought he was going to talk about light going through air or water or glass or something, and instead he went with a solar eclipse! Dude, you don't need to fail completely in every sentence. You could take a break once in a while, it'd make my life a lot easier.
In other words, science is for life, but life is not a vacuum. So why is it important to anyone to know the speed of light in a vacuum? And if it's not so important, why do we always call it the speed of light as opposed to another number, which is the speed of light in air? He will not have a good answer for this.
I'm sure you'll consider any answer not good, but here's why. The speed of light in a vacuum is not just a speed, it's a consequence of a property of the fundamental nature of space. The speed of light in air is based on that same property, of course, but it's obscured by matter of varying density, impeding the propagation of light or whatever other kind of radiation you're interested in. This speed is not really about light. Light's just where we first learned about it. It's really about what space-time is and how it is. If you want to understand reality as you're going to want to strip away as many variables as possible to hear what's really happening. Now, of course, the speed of light in air is also known as through a whole bunch of different mediums. So if you want to talk about the speed of light in air, just talk about the speed of light in air. But aside from it being kind of a fundamental property of space-time, basically the entire universe is vacuum or damn close. Barely anything in this universe is atmosphere with the density of Earth's atmosphere. Hell, Earth's atmosphere isn't the same density as Earth's atmosphere, across like a meter distance. Why would you study the universe based on this tiny, unrepresentative, constantly changing segment of it, and work on shifting sand on purpose, just to be Earth-centric, instead of just working based on how most of the universe is? And it makes even less sense when you consider that the speed of light is mostly going to be significant at very large scales. And most of the time when you're dealing with scales that large, you're dealing with astronomy or space travel, where the speed of anything through the air is pretty much a non-issue. And if you're working on Earth, like for example setting up some fiber optic system where light latency for glass is going to be an issue, you can just go look up the speed of light through whatever medium you're interested in, so who cares? Go look up the table, it's not a big deal. And the reason why people don't usually say the speed of light in a vacuum when they're just talking is because most people are going to assume you're intelligent enough to infer what they mean from context, which I admit in this case might be a mistake.
Then you might want to ask even dirtier questions. Sir, does the speed of light change when we're talking about different kinds of light? For instance, is the speed of a flashlight exactly the same as the speed of starlight or laser light or infrared light? Are they all exactly the same speed to that same level of accuracy you guys have found with this famous speed of light number?
I have no idea what you even mean by kinds of light. I mean, I know you said flashlight light and starlight are different, but how? I'd guess frequency and wavelength, but I don't think that's what you mean. Flashlight light and laser light and starlight are not wavelengths. For that matter is infrared. That's a whole range of wavelengths. I think you're
you're attributing some sort of weird flavor to light that it doesn't have. But I guess the answer, regardless, is yes. The speed of light's been measured with a number of different wavelengths from a number of different sources using a whole bunch of different techniques that all pretty much agree with each other. Now, I suppose the objection might be that the measurements were never perfect to the exact value, but I'm not going to dignify that by even taking it seriously until you show me some way to measure anything that precisely, ever. We're not living in idealized math world here. We're in the real world where perfect precision just is not a realistic expectation. And the other objection will of course be that Shmuel wasn't in the room every single time any experiment was ever done, but that's his problem and nobody else's.
What kind of light was used in these experiments? Wouldn't you think the speed of light in water is very different from the speed of light going through a magnifying glass?
Yes, that's what we were just talking about.
Why is no one measuring those speeds?
They are. That's what the refractive index is. Here's a list of refractive indices through different substances, including water, multiple kinds of glass, whatever you want, man. Why would you think nobody thought to measure this? Seriously. Every obvious question you come up with is already answered, and every time you fail to take like 2 seconds to check if it's already been answered. God, you're lazy. It's incredible how lazy you are.
Why are we just settled on one? If you keep going with this line of questions, he probably won't stick around until you reach this point. He will probably leave around question 3, maybe tell you to read a book, talk down to you, and walk away. That's been my experience.
And why do you think that is, Shmuel? I'll tell you, because you seem to somehow be unable to figure it out. It's not because you don't know something. Not knowing something is okay, and most people, unless they're really feeling moody, will tolerate you if you don't know. And they might even try to help you if they have the time. That's not your problem. Your problem is you're fucking lazy. You insist, as some sort of moronic attempt at a gotcha, that no video of any speed of light experiment has ever been published because you're too fucking lazy to spend 30 seconds looking for it. You insist that nobody can explain how these experiments work because you're too fucking lazy to spend 5 minutes reading about them, or to look up a video explaining it to you, or to ask a real physicist instead of making one up in your head. You insist that nobody's ever measured or even thought to measure the speed of light through water or air or any medium because you're too fucking lazy to look it up. If you were to approach someone with honest questions, even kind of ignorant ones, such as, hey, why is it always speed of light in a vacuum? Isn't anybody curious about the speed in air? Or, hey, is there a video I can watch that shows a speed of light experiment? People will often be willing to engage with you. But if you just belligerently make claims that anyone can prove false in 30 seconds flat or less, like that there's no video anywhere of a speed of light experiment, or that nobody's ever thought about the speed of light in water, I think the most valid response, which is completely fair, is to tell you to bugger off and look it up on your own time.
But in fact, the books don't answer these questions.
Check books that aren't about sesame seeds.
If they did, the questions would also be answered by scientists online who were asked these questions.
Uh-huh.
Search online and you won't find the answers. Try it for yourself.
I did. I found the answers to every single one of your questions in literally less than a minute in every single instance. That's how I know you're fucking lazy. The back of your book says you went to law school, man. How the hell did you manage that while being this lazy? Oh, man. Alright, Shmuel talks about how textbook publishers define the speed of light by averaging results of different experiments, as if textbook publishers are equivalent to the International Bureau of Weights and Measures. And I'm not sure on this one, but I somewhat doubt if that was really done just by averaging, because the most precise measurements at the time were, to my knowledge, just a hair lower than that. But either way, yes, the speed of light was set by definition in terms of meters, thus changing dependent on the propagation of light.
How this was done
I have a headache. I need to sleep.
Google TED Science Delusion.
I don't know why I should bother Googling anything.
But again, I will cry.
To Google anything you say to Google, but okay, I'll do it, because I don't want to be as lazy as you. So what he's referring to
Well,
is TEDx, not
I'll cry in my sleep. Oh god.
although, to be honest, TED's not that much better. But it's a TEDx talk by Rupert Sheldrake, basically a prolonged line about science and materialism and natural constants and denial of psychic phenomena, and so on and so on.
Dogma 9, which follows from Dogma 8. Psychic phenomena like telepathy are impossible.
Poor old Rupert, always upset that nobody believes his psychic woo, morphic resonance, collective memory stuff. So he's doing a much more sophisticated version here of what Shmuel's doing, and to me, seemingly based on a similar motivation, although with the goal of supporting supporting a different belief, specifically morphic resonance, which is the idea that, for example, if you train a rat to do a trick in one place, all the other rats around the world will learn the same trick faster by some kind of universal psychic effect. And apparently, for this to work, we have to do away with the idea of fixed laws of nature.
Anyway, that's my own hypothesis in a nutshell of morphic resonance. Everything is evolving habits, not morphic.
But I will say he does have sort of an interesting question, which is what if constants like the speed of light and gravitational are not as constant as we think they are? What if the very fundamental nature of space-time is always changing, rippling, just slightly in its basic properties, in some way that we don't yet understand all the time and everywhere? What if what appears to be universally true isn't true eternally everywhere? What if the ground we all stand on is not as stable as we think, and Shmuel's insistence on eternal, universe-spanning truth is just wrong? How would we know? Would we? How could we distinguish a real change in this aspect of reality from slight errors in measurement, the imperfect precision of our equipment, or as Sheldrake mentions, experimental bias? Especially now that the meter is defined by the speed of light, but even before that. Like I say, I guess it's an interesting question. In my opinion, he jumps the gun badly by assuming, or seemingly assuming, that based on imperfect or very slightly varying measurements, and a supposed episode of the 20s and 1940s
Gimme.
that I'm not really interested in.
Gimme, 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 gimme.
I don't know anything about it.
Yay!
I'll just give it to him for sure. If it was, why not? I think he jumps the gun by assuming based on that we probably don't just have but with the reality that those measurements are meant to measure. He neglects to actually provide a convincing reason to think this is the correct interpretation. And I, probably along with lots of other people, am willing to at least entertain the idea. And it would be really interesting if that turned out to be true. I'm sure there would be all kinds of physicists like frothing at the mouth with all this new stuff they get to deal with. Physics has already gone through similarly earth-shaking, reality-questioning discoveries before.
Oh no.
So I think a lot of people would be really excited about this, but the problem is, all Sheldrake actually does here is say what the idea is. He doesn't really
You can't use it.
compelling or otherwise to actually think.
Oh, I thought that thing had like... I was hoping for it to have very, very... Well, it is. But it does have a really low ATP requirement, but yeah, it's still much too high for my mage.
It's really similar to Shmuel's what if nature changed over time? What if carbon changed? They're like mildly interesting what ifs and nothing more. And the reason why they're brought up at all, even though there's no evidence, is so transparent. It's interesting that Shmuel objects so strongly to unfounded assumptions and interpretations and biases in science, when there's not much beyond that on display from Sheldrake here in the speech Shmuel himself recommended. Unsurprisingly, Shmuel talks about the redefinition of the meter in terms of the speed of light.
This sounds like nothing short of a conspiracy at a very high level. Somebody is in love with this number and wants the whole world, including the metric system, to revolve around it.
Well, I mean, the International Bureau of Weights and Measures is kind of a high level, sure. Whatever, fine, it was the Reptoids. 299792458 is their version of 666. I know it's not as catchy, it's being misspelled.
I personally do not believe they have any way of measuring the actual speed of light, which is why we cannot find any explanations on how they did it.
Well,
it's just too fast for anyone
I'm
to keep
dead
up
for
with
now.
any way that I could imagine.
Your little imagination couldn't come up with a way to keep up with it. I assume by jogging alongside it, maybe on an extra fast airport people mover. And because you, with I'm sure a great deal of effort, couldn't come up with a way...
I may have been lying. And this character could eventually... Could maybe reach level 30.
If they did it,
I really don't want to, but... I still have to run through ruins at least once, completely, and that alone will...
So yeah, you'll accept eyewitness testimony
I don't know.
of the Ice Age from a talking dinosaur, but
Like running through ruins and killing Dark Falls by itself. It's around 2 level ups, I think. That means have to clear
Try to look up videos and explanations, maybe even watch
these missions. And wait, I actually can't check how many missions there still are. I don't know if these are actually... I remember yesterday I still had to do 11. So that could actually be it. There's still 5 left. Did I do 6 missions today?
We're just starting to roll downhill now. So come back and join me for the next part. Before you go, please
Also,
give the video a like and subscribe if you haven't. If you appreciate
Ooh. Noise. Where is it? Dip. Fo. 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, what? Oh, Forest of Sorrow. That's not unlocked yet, I think, right? Yeah, Forest of Sorrow is locked behind the fake in yellow. So there's 6 missions left. These 3 are extremely short. Also, Forest of Sorrow is also pretty short. Well, Forest by itself is just really short. Also, the Forest just doesn't give a lot of XP. So, I will probably not reach level 30, or I hope so. I don't know how much I actually have to do in these 2. They are, both of them are ruin stuff, I think. I'm not sure. Actually, I am pretty sure I think this is a ruin quest, and since this one is after that one, that should be a ruin quest as well. So let's just say these 6 quests together are almost 2 level ups. That plus the run through ruins itself to kill Dark Falls is another 2 level ups. That means we have 4. It's gonna be extremely close, I think. But whatever, I'm off for now. I have to sleep. My head is killing me. Bye-bye.